start. It's between this match between ISC, the ISC International between Pakistan and UK. Just got the one UK player ready left to come online. We're just going to do some plugs. And just going to do some plugs now on Facebook. Just make sure everybody's aware what's going on. Share everything around. People joining and leaving and back and forth, but we are there now. Just need to mute that. There we go. Don't mind me, I'm just going to share this everywhere. So, yep, just getting already on board. There's Ali. Oh, he's left. We need Andrew 001. Everybody else, I think, is. Oh, we're going to need fasting back as well, but we're just getting started. Getting everybody there. Right, we're nearly getting ready to go. We're fasting there now. Just one more player, Andrew 001, and we'll be ready to go. Get all the notifications of me sharing the stream. Usual stuff. Right, I think we're all ready to go. Right, we're not missing any games yet. Just waiting for Andrew 001. Yes, Franks, thanks very much. Fortunately, I'm not playing, so I don't have to worry about getting good luck. But yeah, it should be a great match. There's Andrew. Unless the UK players online now. It's good. As always, if anybody fancies a particular game, do let us know in chat. Or if there's anything exciting happening late finish, like a tight finish end game, anything like that, I should swap to, do give us a shout. Just do it through chat, I'll see the message, hopefully. Right, so it looks like we're all online now. All online, ready to go. Just having a look at the rosters there. Who's the best players to watch? So in terms of ratings, the ratings, we'll post the link to the standings and all that in chat. Let me do that. So that's the link. Oh, need to. Box is being a bit weird. That's interesting. I don't know why it's not showing that full message properly, but never mind. Try and fix that. I see. There we go. There we go. Should be okay now. So that's the link for the standings and whatnot during the tournament. And we're aware we've got some games going. Watch Mitsurugi start. Hadi Khan. As always with this, TSH decides who should be starting and whatnot, so you'll sometimes see people pass on the first move. That doesn't mean anything. Let's get going with the flags. Sweet. All ready to go. So Hadi Khan starts with Japer. Really standard stuff. Mitsurugi with the X's there. Yeah, nice play of Luxated for 60 straight away. Nice little start. Could have just, a lot of people would have played Lex or something like that underneath Japer, but Luxated is a good spot. For 60, getting the double-double. Luxated, it means to put out of joints, essentially. So, looking good. Hadi Khan, not a bad rack. Just got the one vowel loss, a little bit restricted. Let's get the W to score with that new word, EW. Probably going to come in handy, something like wort. Potentially. Does leave that DG combination, which maybe a little bit clunky. Going to like with due. I do think wort is a little bit stronger. Just because it scores that much more, really. But it could certainly work for a bonus next turn. Mitsurugi, see, still got that double L, but it's picked a Z now, so should still be looking good for a score here. ZE spot at G7. We'll likely see a good 40 plus play here from Mitsurugi. Be looking to get rid of one of the L's, one of the A's, but may not be possible to do everything on this move. CL is actually a nice combination. Those kind of combinations that people don't realise is pretty strong. So quite happy to keep those kind of letters. Just needs to kind of try and get rid of as many of those duplicates as possible. Can't see much else other than ZA really. Obviously you don't want to keep two L's, but yeah, just ZA in the end. And oh, looks like Hadi has picked a bonus here to that Gretz keep, which isn't a word by the way, but 45 the difference. But yeah, it looks like I was going to see a bonus here. Oh, morning, Chris. And down goes largest. So early bonus there, first blood to Pakistan, but just 20 points in it. And Mitsurugi, not a bad rack. Certainly a 7 there, but whether it's going to play, I don't think so. Collage. But there really any 8s he can make there through with the floating tiles. That's the question. Of course, collage itself. There's a variety of hooks. Takes an N, D, or an S. Collagen, collaged, or collages, obviously. There's only one other 8 with that rack, and that's with an I, so it doesn't look like we're going to see a counter bonus from Mitsurugi, but as I say, it should be able to sort out that double L. The G is not going to be good, so you'd think probably looking to play off something like log. They're always the weakest of these vowels. And log goes pretty easily, but that maybe, yeah, log and to the right of luxated, the LU looks pretty reasonable, but not the highest scoring potentially. Zag potentially. You've got the potential to play it underneath here with LE. Could do a bit of damage there. Something like that. Would be a reasonable play. So a few things to think about. Log. There's a nice leave, but it's only 17 points. So I think maybe tall is a little bit better, but maybe something better than I've seen. So always, if you see any nice moves, do let us know in chat. Try and pick them out. So yeah, I'd probably prefer tall over log, even though I love that CLAE leave. I don't really like leaving clag, but so here's another 13 points. I think you have to kind of favour that, I guess, but tricky one. So as I do know, Mitsurugi is the highest rating player. We're talking international rating, and yeah, it goes for log. Having that C hook as well does make it a little bit stronger. So yeah, gone for the bonus there. A bit more of a volatile play, but 17 points. 3 points the difference. Pakistan lead this one. The cute play. Could have gone for QINs. Has opened up that 8 spot, so QI goes down. Has another I to go down, so that's kind of had his advantage there, but you can see Mitsurugi now with a blank candle plus a blank, so you think the big bonus is going to come down here. I'm going to give UK the lead in this one, just in case of what bonus goes down. Are there any double those through that G? Looks a little bit tricky for the G, but certainly it's got all those little parallels that could go down underneath the ZE. I7. You've got sort of like decanal, for instance, would play. And it's got pretty well. Only one possibility, 84 for decanal. And Mitsurugi, we're going through all the options here. Decanal looks pretty good to me. But, we'll see if there's anything else there. One of those racks, there's going to be a lot of options, so you need to take a little bit of time to go through them all. Unless you're Nigel Richards, then yeah, you can just see them all instantly, but you know, you're just going to be careful here. You don't want to miss anything big. You're obviously always going to look for that G first, see if there's any double doubles, but it doesn't look like there's anything goes there, so yeah. I'm figuring that I7 looks pretty good. Play decanal, you do give away potentially a big score of H12, but QI doesn't suggest that they've got those kind of letters really, although QI can be played with almost anything. With the J and the Z gone, yeah, you're not as worried about a huge play coming back, because the Z and the J are already gone, so down goes decanal for 84. Decanal, so look what that means. It means relating to a dean, basically. So it's not decanal, as I know some people. It's a decanal. Anagram of canal and candela. So yeah, down that goes, and 58-point lead now for UK. A little bit unlucky pick for Hadi. Picked out another I and another N. It's a pretty nice leave otherwise. But still one of those you might find a bonus. The right letter, something like a C would be handy with that rack. But you'd think there's some options here with that QI spot created to kind of play something. But looks a little bit awkward, as I say, with the two duplicates. Be looking to get rid of an I and an N here at least. A little bit restricted. Might be just playing off IN here. Can't see much else. Because does create another 7 lane, which to Pakistan advantage. Okay, that's a little bit better, I think. Yeah, Oni for 30. It's got a lot more than IN, so does leave isn't as strong, but it's pretty good. Quick reply of Mitsurugi from Hiite. No, Hadi has the blank now. So 51 points of lead, but that's pretty much going to get vanished. And so yeah, it looks like Hadi's going to take a little bit of a lead here. I think lots of bonuses through that ore. It's a case of whether there's anything better. With that Hiite play from Mitsurugi underneath Decanol, it looks certainly potential for a nice underlap there. CH, you can put pretty much any of these vowels here. E or I are going to go underneath. Plenty of N and T are going to go underneath AI. So yeah, there's potential for a nice underlap. And you've certainly got bonuses through the O. Although maybe whether anything hits the triple is another matter, but certainly you'd expect a bonus here from Hadi. Or maybe you'd even forego the bonus and play something like Hap, making Zap. Which you'd think would score quite a lot. Something like, yeah, gone for score with Pith, which seems reasonable. Leaving the blank and EN seems very strong. There's only actually 1-7 with that rack, amazingly. Penthea. There were bonuses through the orb, but none of them hit the triple, so when you're scoring about 60 or so, it's probably better to play Pith. So, looks like a good play from Hadi. Just narrows the lead to 10. Mitsurugi, as you can see, a little bit clunky, 2 eyes. Let's have a look at the unseen, we'll bring that up for you. Yeah, it looks fairly standard in terms of vowels. As always, ISC counts Y's as a vowel, so that skews things a little bit. But slightly vowel heavy, but not much in it really. Fairly standard stuff. In terms of tile pool, shouldn't have much bearing on your player yet. That K looks inviting from that H12 spot. You'd certainly be interested in keeping that K just to kind of. If you get an E, for instance, you get a huge player. Even just something like Keen, for instance, would score over 50. So certainly tempting to keep the K here. Obviously, Mitsurugi, I have no idea that Hadi has a blank. Ooh, Invoke goes down. It's a nice play for 30. Doesn't open anything up. It's kind of a bit of a Mitsurugi player. He does like to kind of keep boards under control and kind of boxed in. And that keeps a good stranglehold on the board, really. Shuts down all the space. He's not going to. Very unlikely to concede anything big after Invoker. So you can see it's probably going to work out for Mitsurugi in this case, the UK team. Hadi does have a very good rack. You'd think you're going to see a bonus here, but again, could opt for a play that scores off the P, for instance. Could play Prang and opt not to bonus at this point. But then again, is there anything? It could even be a nice 9-letter word through that OI. Who knows? It's a pretty good rack. It's certainly something you have to look for with this rack, is to see if you have got any 9-letter words. I'm gonna have a look myself on Zizifer. Yeah. Yeah, there is a. Doesn't look like there's anything. There's the OI, but it's only always worth a look. Yeah. So down goes Negatron, which is a nice play. So bonus puts Pakistan 20 points lead. It's pretty much an even game. Big player's 60 points there. Negatron, a hypothetical atomic particle with mass equal to that of a proton, but with a negative charge equal to that of an electron. Also Negatron. There you go. So down goes Negatron. Mitsurugi got some scoring tiles here. I'd have loved to have kept that K myself personally, but that makes sense to play Invoker. As it does close down a lot of the space there. And this is, as I said, this is very much a board that Mitsurugi likes to play on. Likes to keep things kind of tight and boxed in. Nigel Richards, another player that kind of likes to box the board quite a lot. So it becomes quite linear in some respects, that there tends to be just one or two openings. And even if your racks are pretty bad, you can kind of control things. But also you could have the ability to open as well, which obviously Mitsurugi does have that. Being the highest ranked player in the world. Sorry, not in the world, in this match. Wesper rating of 2063 by the looks of it. So certainly one of the top players in the world. So down goes Vinos. Leaving BMY, but that's going to be good for scoring, certainly. As long as Mitsurugi picks up another vowel, so you think there's a good score coming next turn. How do you mean? Well, pick D-Tunes. Pretty good rack. Obviously, on this board, very tough to get bonuses down. But, so that's where like Mitsurugi's rack comes in, keeping all those clunky stuff. Mitsurugi likely to kind of edge things on the scoring front, unless a bonus comes down, but obviously very unlikely to see a bonus here. So it kind of favours Mitsurugi with that rack, but should be able to do something with this one. Goes for Nuke, which is nice. 26, using that K for score, and giving Pakistan 14-point lead in this game. Very nip and tuck. Getting a little bit vowel heavy in the pool there. 15 vowels and 12 consonants, as always. Y is counted as a vowel on ISC, so excuse things slightly, but that's good luck to everybody playing today. Should be a great match. For those who don't know the format, it's teams of 10 on both sides, and you play everybody on the other team. So basically like round robin. And so there's 100 games played, 10 games per round, 10 rounds, 10 games each round. So 10 by 10 if you like. So we have 5 games straight through, then we have a lunch break, and then 5 games again. So we'll have 100 games, and obviously the winning mine is 50.5 wins. It's a nice play from Mitsurugi, because of I'm familiar word, I'm sure, for a lot of people watching. So 30 points for that. Say very nip and tuck. 16-point lead for Mitsurugi, but how do you play? So it's pretty much an even game. So it's still a little bit vowel heavy in the pool. Let's pick up the Y. Y is not a bad letter to have on this one. In that top left corner, the NY potential, but difficult to do too much damage with that. There's that very inviting K8 triple spot. It's one of the spots you don't really want to open up, but probably both players are going to wait for a big enough score before they use that. Because if you play down with the triple, you will open up some pretty much the only place you can realistically bonus on this board. So Hattie's gone for it with Paillettes. Takes a 26-point lead. Paillettes, I think means a magpie from memory. Let's have a look. Paillettes. Yeah, it's a magpie. Scots word, like lots of them in this game. So that's given Hattie a little bit of an initiative now, because Mitsurugi not looking to bonus with that rack anytime soon. So Hattie's probably taking a little bit of an edge now. Making themselves a little bit of a favourite here. It's really not the greatest rack to do much. It still has Butty through the T for, the 24 points. Let's sort out the rack a little bit, and down it goes, 24. But Pakistan taking a little bit of an edge now. 2 points up and next to play. So, yeah. Mitsurugi a little bit low on time, but shouldn't be too bad. Just under 3 minutes. Hattie with lots of time to go. So Hattie a little bit of an edge now. And got some scoring options with that F. Something like U4 or UFO in that top left, for instance. Slots in reasonably well. But maybe other pretty better things on the board, you would suspect. So then you have a good look for sixes on the bottom line. Those bottom triples. That could be the key to winning this game, getting one of those triple word scores. Both players will be looking for those. How do he goes for fouled in the end? So blocking the right side off for one of those triples, as I imagine. Fouled for 24. 26-point lead for Pakistan in this one. Mitsurugi. A little bit vowel heavy. It's always been a little bit of a... It's been coming, basically, these vowels. So it's still a slightly vowel heavy bag. It's pretty reasonable tiles to work with. That S could also be crucial. Neither player has the S from what we've seen. Be interesting to see if whether Hattie had picked it last move or not. So yeah, I'm interested to see what happens. Let's take a look, see if any of the results are in. We've got Natalie Z. Looks like we've got a result in there. Rowdy beat Natalie Z. So that's an early result in. Early win for Pakistan. So it'll take them one game up. Yeah, that time could certainly be an issue for Mitsuru. Come down a minute. Plays quickly though. Goes with their Wii. Interesting move. Leaves two in the bag. So two in the bag's pretty good for kind of edging and out, edging the end basically. It's could certainly come down to that S, you would think. With Fouds, that could be a winning play. Again, a 5-letter word down there. With an S, could be crucial. Yeah, thanks for the follow-up, Puneet. So yeah, two in the bag. It's pretty pull from Harry's perspective. So yeah, that S is going to be crucial. Going to be worried about reasonable scores coming down from, say, using that S. Probably not worried about bonuses here, because there's not really good places to bonus, but could certainly be worried about that S play. Doesn't really have much to parallel with around that vowed spot, so it could be difficult to really do much about that S if it does come down. You can play stuff like Orf, would be a good balance, but obviously sets up another S, so that's not really a viable option. I've also got to worry about this J as well. Something like Jedis or whatever. Jades, Jedi. There's kind of options coming down with a J. Could be crucial as well. There's a few places to get a big 30+ play with the J and fouled, but you need the S is crucial. Mitsurugi needs to have drawn that S realistically. There's also we creates a nice A hook, so maybe inviting to play something like Fascia for Hadi, but with that unseen tile, even that unseen pool, even 2 vowels, that does create a bonus lane, and those are bonusy tiles, so you'd probably fancy it if your opponent didn't have a bonus, you'd probably win, unless you'd cost Drew 2 or 3 vowels out of the bag. Well, not 3 vowels, but 2 vowels out of the bag, you'd be in big trouble. 1 vowel you might be okay. So a few things to worry about here. Tricky situation. At least we have a fun, tough first game for both players. So it's going to be difficult to score much with this wreck, other than that Fascia play in the bottom left, as it does have quite big drawbacks. Interesting. Gone for over, emptying the bag. 36 points lead, so you think it'd be enough, and crucially, Mitsurugi has dodged that S, so Hadi can think now with fancies. You'd think Mitsurugi's going to have it hard, for Mitsurugi to win here. 36 down, does not have the S. So looking good for Pakistan here. Plays Rory, nice parallel play. 19, leaving BA. You would think BA is going to score a few points to go out with. So, just in case if Hadi Khan just needs to play something reasonable. Ideally using the F and the C. Just have a look around, see if there's any big players with BA. But I think any reasonable play with the F and the C, something like Faces and Sui. Faces, yeah, that should be enough. Should be enough. 44 the difference. So Mitsurugi need to score 40 here to tie the game. That looks pretty unlikely. So it looks like we're going to chalk up a win here for Pakistan in the first round. Make it 2-0 to Pakistan. Mitsurugi ticking down on the time. 15 seconds left. So I don't think there's any big players to be had. Just App, BA, that kind of thing. So down it goes, and it's a win for Pakistan. 20-point win, 4-2-1 to 4-1. And that makes it 2-0 to Pakistan. Let's see if we can catch another game still going on. So on this one, we got Pakistan on the left, and UK on the right. Lots of long words in this one. Ali winning by 70, but big play for Soib and Fox. Leaves Zanti behind, but looks like Ali should pinch this one. You would think so with you'd think with the blank, it should give enough flexibility to be a win here. Certainly potential for a big score with Z. See if I was going to be careful. There's a 23-point game here. Look, see if there's any more results in. Looks like DRFC Colin has finished for the UK, and DRFC Colin has beaten Packy Boy, so that makes it 2-1. Yeah, certainly some big players with this Z, but for Ali to worry about. But Maybe look for an out bonus with that A, particularly the A. There's enough room with the E as well, so, and the N, of course. So certainly be looking for a bonus here to go out in style. Only down to a minute and a half, so doesn't want to focus too much on the bonus. You certainly want to have a good look. You don't want to focus totally on the bonus, then not see any kind of reasonable plays and let your opponent in with that Z. Yeah, thanks for the like. All likes and shares and everything else appreciated. I'm not on snippets, so do feel, if it's not already shared on there, do feel free to share the stream on snippets. I'll spread the word. It's a good match, this. I think everybody's going to enjoy it. I think we've got a lot of fun times coming up with the Virtual World Cup as well coming up shortly. So lots of good Scrabble action can be streamed live. So Ali plays Blight, that blocks Zanti, which would have played in the exact same spot. So it's a wise play from Ali. Are there any bonuses? Let's have a look. Blit do and a blank. Obviously tabloid, but that was only 7. Doesn't look like there are any 8s or bonuses playable there. So good play in the end to play Blight. Quite a ballsy play as well, because you're worried about getting outrun here. Just be a little bit careful, but smart play because it does block that Zanti out. Zanti would have scored pretty well. You're talking 47 for Zanti. Zed's still going to score, of course, with that Zex spot. It's a case of whether there's anything better than that. Obviously, from Soeb's perspective, you're looking for an outplay to try and win this one. If not, then probably hoping for a phony or a huge play. That doesn't look like UK is going to nick this game. Some more results in. We'll try and bring you those. So elsewhere, Danielle beat Andrew, so that's a win for Pakistan. And Hightower, that game's still going on. Aphasiac, their game is over. Madam beat Aphasiac, so that's another win for Pakistan. So that game is over. So Zoa for 55, but yeah, just do is enough for Ali to win that one. 497 to 488, so that's a win for the UK. And we'll try and get to, I think there's Hightower and Fasting left. Oh, that's in round 2. Is Fasting in the round 2 as well? Yeah. Right, so we'll stick with Pachyboy and Fasting. Should be a good game. So all the round 1 results are in. We're going to fill those in for you. So Hightower lost to Hasham. So that makes it 5-2 to Pakistan. Fasting, their first game. They beat Rockstar. So that makes it 5-3 to Pakistan. And Vickery and Moyes won that one. 6-3 to Pakistan. And finally Bob Violet against Ahad. And Ahad won that one, so 7-3 round for Pakistan. So a good early start for Pakistan, winning that first round 7-3. We'll confirm the results, scores and everything else later on. But yeah, good start for Pakistan, 7-3 after that first round. Just the wins for Ali, Fasting and DRFC Colin. So in this game, we're away. Really fairly standard stuff of Taj and Diazo. Fasting there. A middling rack. Not particularly pretty, but reasonably well balanced consonants and vowels wise. All individual tiles, no duplicates, so not too bad, but nothing too pretty either. So look to play off the U particularly there. Can't really do too much here. Something like Luz and Tup, for instance, that gives us the U. Let's go a little bit, but maybe something better than that with the U somewhere else. It's gone with Ms. Another option would have been Muti and Id. A few I think lots of middling players there, really. Don't see anything that's standing out too much. Smith's got 22. Keeps it fairly tight. The L could be useful with that Y sitting there in the centre of the board. Down goes Handy. And fasting with a not too bad rack here. Undealt and lunated. Sevens here, but they're not going to play. Is there anything else that could fit? It's going to be tricky to get 8s down, and obviously 7's almost impossible to play 7. So yeah, in the end, just plays off Lud. Don't think there was much to be done there. The floaters you needed for that rack, fussier. All letters and fussier. And you can see none of them available. So a very tight game. This 3-point lead for Pakistan. And quite an aggressive player there from Pakiboy. Govs does sort out the rack. I think I might prefer Love there, to be honest. L-U-V, and just keep that S back. There's 2 S's there, so very kind of generous opening, I think, on this board, and punished straight away with Vaginate. Interesting. So Navigate, another option there, but a big lead there now for UK. 68 points. And Vaginate. Will Pakiboy and Fasting, for that matter, know the hooks for that? One of those takes hooks at both ends, but it's a tricky one. Tricky one, certainly. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the follow-up is. Maybe Fasting is confident of the hooks. That's why Fasting went for Vaginate instead of Navigate, perhaps. We shall see. So change from Pakiboy, 68 points down. Yeah, not much to be done with that rack. And quick play of Vinnick from Fasting, so that double I situation. And again, this is a pretty tight board, so pretty sure Yowlers is a word, but not going to play here. Thanks for the follow, Augustus. So yeah, Yowler is good. One who yowls, apparently. Thank you, Zizifer. So Yowl is to howl, basically. They're both kind of staying away from put an S on Vaginate, which is correct. It's Vaginate does not take an S. It takes a D. So Vaginated is good, and that's the only hook that's going to hit the triple. You can put an E on the end as well. E Vaginate. So quick players Pixie and now Pakiboy getting labelers down for 68. Brings him back in it. 34 points the difference, but Fasting now having the blank. An extra 5 for a challenge, so narrows the lead to 29. And I say, Fasting has that crucial D hook. That D hook for Vaginate. Will Fasting know it? Or will Fasting go for a bonus? Certainly a few bonuses here. A nice one. Nice double I can see through the E. So yeah, interesting. It's one of those where if you're not 100% sure, you might just play the double. But I think it's possibly better to just play that hook if you know it. If you're sure of it, that vaginated hook, I think it's probably a little bit better to play that with Deb, or even with an E on the end, maybe. 66 points, that's probably a little bit better than the double-double. But that assumes you know the word is good 100% of the time. This is the one I was thinking of. So that's a double-double. That's the options for the UK team here for fasting. Beniseed. Maybe other stuff. Beniseed is just a sesame seed, essentially. So what do you reckon? Who'd be sure of that D hook? Yeah, sorry I missed the comment earlier. Multi-day, yeah, that was a nice play on that that Mizrak. Multi-day would have been sweet. Yeah, that would have been a biggie. Getting a bonus on such a nothing rack, that would have been pretty sweet. Let me count that up. 6, 8, 95 points for multi-day. So that was a big early miss there from fasting, from the Miz player. Windows all over the place trying to see everything. See a nice spot multi-day from Bean. That was much earlier in the game. Yeah, this is a tough one. If you're not sure of that vaginated hook, I think you certainly play something like Beniseed. If you're 99% sure, I think you probably played Deb with an E on the end. It's assuming I'm not missing anything else. I think that's how you'd play it. Going for blenders in the end. Yeah, that's definitely the weakest option. But as I say, understandable if you're not sure of the hooks. But it could come back to hurt fasting. Certainly. So, but 101 point lead, so fasting doing pretty well. So I did miss that early bonus multi-day. Vaginate, pretty aggressive. I think navigate. If you're not sure of the hooks, certainly play navigate. Packy boy hits back with unsoft. The only problem with that is it just kind of, you're assuming that your opponent isn't sure of vaginated, so you kind of want to leave that, I guess. But is there actually any D's left? Yeah, there's no D's left, so it's not that big a deal, is it? In that situation. Quick play of Hoa from fasting. Fasting, fairly quick player generally, but see, Packy boy with quite a big time advantage here. 100 points the difference, near enough. 98 to be more specific. There is a blank to come. You would think Packy boy needs that blank, certainly, to have a shot in this game. And down goes Aura. Fasting, 78 the difference. It's a pretty good rack is oranges and ungears. So we could see a bonus here. In fact, I'd expect a bonus to come down. Ungears will play above unsoft, and down it goes. And ouch, 150 points, 155 now. I think this game's pretty much dead with that rack. That's a pretty hideous rack. Particularly after Aura, it wasn't that bad finding nondescript leave, but it wasn't that bad. So yeah, we'll swap over to one of the games. We're pretty much giving the UK the game here, I think. So let's swap to one of the other games. Watch a bit of Ali and Hadi Khan. Top class match this. Pakistan on the left, UK on the right. So Ali to play, 80 points down, pretty much an even game. Ali getting the only bonus to flatten, and Tyramine for Hadi. Response. Tyramine. There's a colourless crystalline amine found in cheese. There you go. So 18 points of difference in Ali. So there's over in the end, using that aqua hook on the left side. Ali up to 200, 13 points of difference. That's going to give place for Hadi to play Adele. Oh, that's not a word. Sorry, it's two D's, not two G's. So no bonuses actually. Yeah, there is a word with Gladian and Adeljid, but that's with two D's, not two G's. So interesting situation. Obviously, want to get rid of the D, the G here. So down goes Dig. It should resolve the wreck, but Agile kept by Hadi, and crucially, Ali now has that the S to use that tyramine hook. So I would expect something like Fjods to go down pretty quickly here from H12. I think we'll see something. Yeah, Fjods goes down 54. Obvious place to play, and Hadi going to have their bonus to hit back here. Gladia, I think Grailed and Glad. No, just Glad, not Grailed. So Glad and Gladia, the choices here. I think Glad looks pretty good in that 13 column. Looks pretty good, and down it goes, 84 points, and that's a lead for Pakistan, but it's going to be short-lived because Ali looks like Splenic or Pencils to go down. Even could play Penicils and Azon on that bottom row. So fairly spoiled for choice here. I think Splenic looks pretty strong. Getting that P tripled on that square here. Looks to be a pretty big score, and it doesn't give too much back. Yeah, that's a bit of a miss, but I don't think it's worth. I mean, there's value in playing that column that it stops a lot of bonuses playing from your opponent, but I think Splenic is the player there. Next to 10 points, I think Splenic is the player, but Pencils it is from Ali, and 36 the difference. It's going to be fun later on when have we got any yeah, we're good. I was worried we would have Ali players on the Pakistan side, but I don't think so. Not name wise anyway. So I'm safe. I'm safe from having two Alis at the same time. I was worried about that. Struggling enough with words without having to getting tongue twisters and all that. So play a Vote from Hadi, keeping the S, 2 O's though, so the Grace leave, but this is pretty much it's a 60-40 game at the moment towards Ali. Just a little bit ahead, but nothing really much in it. Let's have a look at the unseen pool. We'll bring that up. Not many years to come. A good wadge of E's and I's and O's. Pretty well balanced between vowels and consonants. A lot of N's to come, so that's something to factor in later on. Ali got the W to score with. A few places got Wox at the bottom. At the bottom there, Wox, easy, cheap points there. You've got the Q spot, top left. TEW, Awa. Sorry, not Awa. Orper or Orp. So easy enough to get the W there. But that's very aggressive to play something like Or. But that's a pretty nice kind of wreck to leave. Depends how you want to play it. WE is going to score more and doesn't give much away. But yeah, interesting options. I say AW would be very aggressive, but it probably leaves the best of anything unless you can kind of, well, get the U out of the way as well. But realistically, it's going to be the W you're going to play off here. I guess if you want to be a little bit more defensive, you could play R. That does get rid of the E though, so you don't really want it. You'd like to keep the E there, certainly. Another 5 points, but even so, you'd probably still want to keep the E. But it does stop creating another lane. In the end, Ali goes for We. 34, a bit more extra score. And that's a brutal pickup for Haddy. 2 E's, 2 I's to that double OS keep. That's horrible. That's only going to slow them down. 37 behind. It's not the time to get this sort of vowely rubbish. The plus side does skew the unseen pool rather heavily towards consonants. It's got a bit of a monopoly on the nicer vowels here, but it's not something you really want at this stage. Thanks for the follow, Peter. Yeah, the pool's looking a little bit clunky now, but a little bit ugly. But yeah, you'd rather not have a rack like this. You still got Cooey for 14. C double O double E would play, but that leaves 2 I's and S. It might be worth doing, and maybe not. There's the option of Olio through the L on the top right. You could do that. That leave, that's probably the best leave, I think. In the end, Harry's gone for the change, which is fair enough. I think Olio probably worth it, but you do kind of don't want to give. You kind of, yeah, you don't really want to play that, open up that triple with a vowel. You figure it's going to give away points, but given the last play of WE, you figure there's probably your opponent has a kind of bonusy wreck with 1 pointers. So as long as your opponent doesn't get a bonus through that, it should have been okay actually, because WE, there's an inference there that if they had a pointy tiles to go with it, with EW, like if you had an H, you'd play a HEW up here. If you had a K, you'd probably maybe there isn't a player with a K particularly, but there'd be alternatives essentially. Like if you had an M, you'd play Mu, Y, you'd have U, that kind of thing. But that's a nice pickup. Ali just dumps those U's with U2 at the bottom left, 10 points. But Hadi has picked out a blank. That's a big draw for Pakistan, and the H as well. Not too bad because you've got EDH as well as EDS. So you'd think there's probably a bonus here, but yeah, there's certainly 7s. It's whether they play or not. So yeah, it goes for wheelers. Not sure there's anything better than that. So wheelers for 74. Let's have a look, see if there's any 7s that were better. Oh yeah, there was one. Yeah, Shules. Shules, I wasn't sure of that word, but Shules would have played for making, well, you could play EDH and FES or just EDS. Shules would have been a little bit better, a little bit stronger there. So 27-point lead. Missing that could be crucial in this game. It's going to be very close. 27, it's a very tight game. Ali sitting there with piranhas. Doesn't look like it goes anywhere. Pretty good wreck. Wheelers is kind of one of the good things it does. It closes down a lot of those. Close down the L and the G floaters realistically. So it's going to be tough to get a bonus down. Relying on that EDS spot to the right. That 14th column. So a tricky situation for Ali. Kind of want to open something up here realistically, but has the last 2 A's. So the A's a good tile. The I not so much. There's 3 of those to come. Really like to see an E when you play here. Be tempting to play in that C3 spot to open up another lane, but it doesn't really open that much if you do something like Pan. Certainly The N and the R are mixed blessings. I mean, they're both reasonable. They're good tiles to bonus here, but there are more N's and R's to come in the pool. There are 3 N's to come. There's 2 R's, so you're worried about that. Interesting. So Ali gone for a little bit more of a volatile move with Sprain. Excuse me. Sprain does take a T. So there's that to worry about. Yeah, Hadi has the big play of Boo, 57 though. So that takes a lead to 52 now for Pakistan. That's a big play. Context of the game, that could be the game winner. Ali sitting there with Cannery, but doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, it could be his time for a bonus, you'd think. I mean, trouble is, where do you bonus on this board? It's pretty much dead now. That's pretty much the worst case scenario for Ali. Seeing Hadi get a huge score on that triple. And what do you do? Trouble is, it's one of those boards. If you try and open, your opponent just blocks and scores in the process. Typically, there is that B. So that's the kind of long shot. That B from A8 could hit a triple there, but ooh, that's a horrible pickup for Hadi though. Did keep a couple of eyes and O, I think, last turn. Not that didn't get very good stuff, but so Ali with the points of 22. Been interesting if Ali had played Cyan there. I was thinking of play of Cyan through the Inglad. Cyan takes an O. So that would have forced Hadi to play something there, realistically. In this racket, it would have been very, very interesting. It wouldn't have scored much. And then you're probably hoping to pick out the T or get a bonus off the B, but yeah, there's a bit of life left in this. Ali down to just 8 seconds though, so it's going to be tough to tough, and that's pretty wide near. It was a bit of a weak play, realistically. Could have been a very close game if maybe just better playing any, realistically, but Ali doesn't know how bad Ali's rack is, but yeah, that's a problem with the time pressure. And a very quick play of Ali from Rend. And yeah, this is one. It looks pretty much over now. 21 points the difference. Ali just has 4 consonants. Yeah, it looks done, basically. Hadi with all the time in the world to play here. Just needs to play something legitimate, you would think, and that's going to be GG. There's the T hook for 2-2's, got the sprained hook, the T still. Get the T for a little while. The K for scoring, lots of options here. Just really needs to play, even a phony, I don't think it would matter at this stage. So try and get some results in while this plays out. Let's have a look. We got a result for elsewhere. Hasham beat Natalie Z. So it's a win for Pakistan. And Fasting has beaten Packy Boy. So that's 1 each for this round. Elsewhere, I think, we got Vickery, Chris Vickery. Beats Rowdy Haddy. So that's a 2-1 round to UK so far. I think that's all the results in so far for this round. So next play of EUOI, sorting out those the vowel issue. So there should be a nice outplay from Hadi with Tick or Kit. So the Tick will play in this bottom left. So nicely played. The time certainly played a little bit of a factor at the end there. So Krem comes. Krem from Ali in the middle there, but yeah, Kutu as well, forgot about that. And challenged. So extra 5-point margin there. Hattie wins 5-2-2 to 4-5-3, 69-point win there. So that makes it 2-2 rounds, evens this round up, and consolidates the lead for Pakistan, 5-9. So let's have a look elsewhere. Other games going on. So I'll go from bottom, Bob Violet against Daniel. Oh, it's a close game. We'll watch this. Pay dirt. So I've got bonuses from both players. Gnostic from Bob Violet for 97. Double, and Bear Gene from Daniel, 94. Those are only 2 bonuses so far. Daniel player sitting there with a blank X and an S. So not a bad rack. So there's some potential there. A little bit inflexible. And this board's pretty tight, so yeah, going to be tricky. Last play of Royal from Bob on the right farmost column. So yeah, let's tighten things down. Tighten the board up. So 7 points of difference. Time could become a little bit of a factor here. Daniel down to 4 minutes now. Not a lot if you're trying to play an end game. And there's still 28 in the pool. 28 in the bag. Oh, look at that pool. Oh, look at all those A's and E's. Wow. That's pretty vowely. Very vowely. So, I mean, it's good for Daniel's perspective. You'd think that rack's going to sort itself out next turn with all those vowels to come, but not guaranteed you're going to pick them all, of course, but you certainly think balance probability. The rack will sort itself out. Gnostic. One of those words, it does take an S. It's somebody who knows, basically. So, interesting play. It goes ticks. Really leaving that S and a blank. A little bit reliant on picking 2 vowels to get a bonus, but could work with 1 if the right pick comes out. And a quick reply, Violet, B Violet. Not much alternative there with 4 E's on the reg. So yeah, ticks was interesting. Kind of going all out for the vowels. Has picked the U, dodged all the nice stuff. But still in a strong position. 10 points up with a blank and an S. You'd fancy your chances, but it can certainly go wrong, particularly if UK player on the left, B Violet. If they pick out the blank and an S, they get the bonus down first. This is going to be a pretty dead board. So it kind of makes sense that he's won another opening from Daniel's perspective. You figure you're going to get a bonus at some point. So the main thing is to just... You don't want to be in a situation where your opponent bonuses and you've got a blank and it doesn't go anywhere. You like having 2 openings when you're so much guaranteed to get a bonus yourself. But a pretty good rack for Bob on the left here, representing UK. 25 points down. Can't really score too much, but it's a pretty good rack for getting a bonus, you'd think, next turn. We'd like to just dump off a couple of E's or OE here. That's got the last O, so perfectly reasonable to just play off 2 E's here. But again, do you want to be too open? That's the thing. You don't want to be too open, but it being in the sort of cagey situation is kind of to as long as it's open in 2 spots, or at least there's an opening where you can get your bonus out. Obviously, UK needs to get a bonus here, but you don't want your opponents to get one as well. So it's kind of, you kind of balance it. So you don't want to be too open, and this is perfect, really, in that respect. But obviously, we know Daniel has the blank and an S, so there's a lot of flexibility there. So it goes with Mope in the end. And pretty good odds of getting a bonus with Store left behind, but you can see Daniel has picked an E out, crucially. Did get the 1 vowel, but it should be enough with this rec. And Morp is going to make it even easier to get a bonus down, you would think, as Morper morps, of course. So how aggressive do you want to be? I think in this situation you probably want to play to the right. Not create a triple lane. Yeah, that makes sense. So Nestler, even better with Gnostic. So that gives very little back. That's perfect for the packs down there. 96, 94. Sorry, the difference. So it's a big lead now, and that's a pretty unlucky pickup for Bob getting the KV out. So is that even with that rack, if a floating E had been provided, there'd have been 2 bonuses: Vertsec and Overcast. E in the right spot, but yeah, Bob just needs to score here, I think. Nestler was a good play. It's one of those key moves where if you play it wrongly, if you play, I don't know, Linters or something, then it makes a big difference because it opens up all sorts of things. Nestler keeps it tight, so it's a good play, certainly. So what do you do with Bob's? I think you just have to score here. Your best bet is to try and keep within striking distance. Pretty soon, the only way you're going to get to come back is to get 1 bonus. You're going to run out of, and that's perfect from Bob's got 28. Creates a triple lane, both sides, and you got the D at the top. So a bonus could score a lot for Bob, particularly with that V. Not the greatest of picks, and there's exactly the sort of rack Bob needs to stay in the rack for his opponent Daniel with all the vowels there. That was perfect. Daniel taking a little bit of time. You need to play aerial pretty quickly, I think, in that right column. Not the easiest to spot, but I think aerial, get it down quickly. Gone for a bit of a block. That could, with that low time, 29 seconds, that could come back to hurt Daniel. 73 points up, but the extra points from aerial could be crucial. But it does have some value, certainly, blocking the R from both sides, but it's going to have to force Bob to create another open here, realistically. If Bob does not create another opening, that D is going to disappear. So just need to create something, maybe THO here. Yeah, it could be a case of even udons using that. Pretty sure udon takes an S. Yeah. Udon, in Japanese cooking, large noodles of wheat flour. So yeah, it could be a case of playing something like that. Obviously, Fats isn't maybe the best example, but yeah, there's something play like that. Maybe Tabs is better. It needs to be a play that opens something. Another alternative, you could play that. But I think Tabs is probably best. It's gone for Thor in the end, but yeah, I think leaving 1 in the bag's probably be a little bit better. But certainly, there's threats here for Daniel Uribe, and that time pressure, 55 points, could be 45 once the 10-point penalty for time kicks in. There's if. I think honestly, Daniel would probably be better just to gone over on time and think about that a little bit more. But yeah, this could be a pretty interesting finish. I guess if Bob bonus is here, then maybe Daniel can play in 4 seconds. I don't know. So this is interesting. So Bob 73 behind, has the blank, has the S. any bonuses here? Anything that's worth playing? Is the other important question. It's going to be difficult for Daniel to score here with that rack. I mean, it looks pretty good for scoring, the M and the V, but where do you put them on this board? It's very difficult, so Bob can easily just dump an A off here, or even a V, if there's any place to play the V. I'm not sure there is. Yeah, there was a V spot. So yeah, I could have dumped the V, but gone for the A. Could actually scored another point by playing Axe instead, but wow. That's a pretty good pickup. Certainly Testavin, or Testavin, whatever you call it. So from the T, there's a triple bonus there. D bonus. Is there anything off that D with that rack? That's the question. Yes, there is. There's a few things. So it looks like big bonuses on either side. Probably the T is the hardest. There's a few obvious ones from the D. So yeah, this is looking like it could be a steal for the UK here. I think you have to play through the T and pray. Sorry, the D. The T is a little bit harder to find. So gone for that men. Can Bob find any other bonuses onto the D? That's the question. And down goes Deviates. Deviates goes down. 429 to 405. So UK win that one with that out bonus. 24-point win for the UK. Nicely spotted. Deviates, Distaves, and what else was there? Deviants. So yeah, there it goes. Yeah, that was a tough one. But well played, Bob. The UK team. And that's another win for UK. Claws them back into it a little bit. I think we've got a lot of results to come already. So we're just going to take the flags down and have a look around. So Mitsurugi, the games that are finished, we'll have a look at the board. Mitsurugi and Soheb. Soheb wins. Oh, that's a blowout. Blowout and a half. See that? All the... wow. Some bonuses there. Oh, wow. First 4 moves. 6 of the first 7 moves were bonuses for Soheb. So I don't think you can quite see them all. But yeah. Scald, Tag Hem, Cover Ties, all are fine. First 4 moves, all bonuses. I think Marring for 22. Feeging and Pre-Noon for 78. Oh, crap. Wow. Andrew, see if their game is finished. Andrew and Ahmedem. Ahmedem wins that one. Pretty tight game. 16 points. So good results for Pakistan. Elsewhere, Hightower. The game's just finished with Moyes. Moyes winning that one by 20. Wow. So it looks like another good round for Pakistan. Afasiak. Afasiak losing a bit of a blowout as well. 488 to 337 in favour of Ahad. And elsewhere we got Colin and Rockstar. Rockstar, another blowout. Wow. 601 to 325. Brutal. So that was a dominant round in the end to another 7-3 round. Started off Pakistan trailing 2-1. In the end, pretty comprehensive round win for Pakistan. 7-3. It makes it 14-6 my score. So yeah, that's pretty brutal. So we'll get on with watching the games for round 3. So this looks pretty reasonable. Natalie just playing Deny. To take a 28-point lead for the UK. So I'll watch a bit of this. Yep. So yeah, I'm just going to try and get a confirmation on the scores. Should be matches up, but you never know. So in individual standings, we've got 6 players who are unbeaten so far. Pretty much all Pakistan players, just the one fasting for the UK. Otherwise, Moyes, Hadi, Ahad, Hasham, and Ahmedam all on 2 and 0 for Pakistan. Very good start, very strong start from Pakistan so far. So Sohaib goes down with Cole for 22, but still 6-point lead for Natalie. Pretty good wreck for scoring here, but it's pretty awkward. So yeah, the X is going to go for a reasonable score, just CAG or something like that. COG. An X seems pretty reasonable. Not a lot else on offer. You could also play the X in this spot, E9, but I don't think we can really do much damage with that, so just X seems reasonable, and CAG, I think that seems a reasonable score. Don't see a lot else on offer. It's one of those you probably want to play fairly quickly, I think. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those boards that it's pretty blocky towards scoring, but in terms of bonuses, there's plenty of S lanes. You've got Score, you've got Sparker, also takes an S. So, yeah, and then you've got Revi, which is going to take a few things. Obviously, W, for instance, is a slightly more tricky one. So yeah, I think just Axe. Not a lot else to really look at here. And obviously you want to play more tiles to try and get one of those S's, but yeah, not a lot on offer. We'll take the pool down because it used up all that space, but interesting. Why on earth would you play Oxen there and not just play Ox from N8? Someone explain that to me. X was so much better than that. I can't believe Natalie missed that. Maybe Natalie struggles to spot things on these playing online. I know some people find it the board visualization and all that kind of thing a lot harder playing online. Obviously, there'll be some people who do play online and find playing in real life a little bit harder, but yeah, that was a bit of a weak play, really. Oxen for 22. That's still 28 up. So Habe, not the greatest of wrecks, but soon resolve that, I think. That play from Natalie is going to give a reasonable option for Sohaib of just playing Hello. And you can have it with 1E for 37. Looks pretty strong. And with that rack, you've got a pretty good chance of maturing into a bonus sooner or later with those 2 Sparker and Score lanes I've mentioned. Yeah, with so many places to put the S bonus down, I think Hello looks very strong. Oh wow. So there's another weak player. There's another bit of a miss. Hello's a lot better than that. Yeah, that's a 27-point sacrifice. Probably the rack lead is slightly better with G, but yeah, that was a... And it's also going to allow Halo to play for Natalie. If that was the point of Oxen, was to set up Halo, potentially, I don't know, but... Yeah, Halo would be, as I said, quite a good score. Going for Huey, yeah, Huey is probably... To get rid of those extra vowels, probably worth it. It's a bit of a score sacrifice, but getting rid of those 2 vowels, 2 more vowels. Certainly UI as well, the U particularly. Certainly quite a bit of value there. So 44 the difference. Sohaib still has that hello spot. I mean, a little bit of an equity loss if maybe the best player, but then again, there's other options now. There's Henge through that G play. The G Henge goes down, leaves something reasonable. It's a little bit open, so might be kind of tempted not particularly enamored with that one. Just try out of interest. Denying and Boronic. Neither of those takes an F, so we're down to just that score hook now for the S. One of the advantages of it's not a big help, but hello does kind of insulate to some extent that score hook. I mean, actually in some respects maybe not, because there's a chance your opponent just dumps a V or something. If you after hello, your opponent might just dump a V there. Is there any V's left? Yeah, there should be one V left. So maybe it doesn't insulate it because you can't really do too much around there anyway. Yeah, it goes for Henge. I think probably hasn't seen that hello given the last move, so that makes sense. But it's going to give Natalie some reasonable options now. Henge, lots of parallel potential there. I could see something like batted going down, or abated, baited, all these sorts of things. We'll bring up the unseen pool. Yeah, it's not hogging up all the space now. Yeah, the slightly consonant heavy bag. Good for a baited. That's a nice little spot up there. So yeah, a much bigger score up the top right for a baited. So that worked out nicely. So Sohaib a little bit down now, 63 points behind. That's 2 S's. W is going to help in some respects, getting a score down, but can't do too much damage, realistically, with that little bit of vowel heaviness. There's a new word, owie, or W-I-E, which could be reasonable. That scored 26, I think, from G1. I think you kind of want to play in that column. You'd like to keep the E back, but look at that unseen pool. It's gone even more consonant heavy now after abated. From Sohaib's perspective, some pretty, it looks pretty clunky, that pool. A load of T's, a load of L's. Yeah, and lots of, most of the biggies got Q, J, and Z there. 2 F's, 2 M's. It's a little bit clunky, isn't it? And the 3 U's as well. Still, there are 2 blanks to come as well, so turnover is very much could go either way in that front. Oh, wow, that's a horrible pickup from Nally. After getting that nice play of abated, all consonants, can still get rid of the 2 M's here in the bottom left. Yeah, term's a little bit better though. Term's better. Gives a bit more extra playoff with those consonants is crucial. Quick reply. So here from Waff in the top right. So term was good, getting extra consonants, and now Natalie does have 2 vowels to work with. It's much more workable rack. And the Z as well. Certainly some score potential there. Easy Z spots for 30 plus, certainly. Henge is one of those words, it only takes an S, it doesn't take a D, just in case anybody was wondering about that. So, yeah. I mean, the easy bonus lane here is that second column alongside waist, but Zoism making Maha, that's very nice from Natalie. Good score, and pushing that lead up to nearly 80 points now. And now getting to a point where Sohaib, even if Sohaib gets a bonus, it might not be enough, so it's a nice player from Natalie. And Sohaib with a Q, messing things up rather. Frustrating. Doesn't look like there was a place for the Q other than burning the S, so Tef goes down as a good score. Keeps Sohaib in touch, doesn't want the game to run away while So it deals with that Q. And there are 2 U's to come, so 3 if you ignore the one that's on Natalie's rack. So plenty of potential to help get rid of that Q. And that player's going to help out now Soeb a lot. Dolt for 30, but it's going to give a spot for Kids. I think Kids is a player I would definitely play the S. That's going to be a big score for Pakistan. And going to bring them right back into this one. 74 for Kids. Yeah, that's actually going to take Pakistan into the lead here. I think you definitely play the S. Down it goes. 74. Now, there's a bit of a body blow for Natalie, but Natalie does have the blank. J is not so good on this board. It really is a bit of a pain, the J. But should be easy enough to resolve that F2 spot. Alongside waist, should be able to get rid of that J. It's not the kind of rack you really want. The J, you don't really want it on here. But yeah, easy enough to play J or. I think that looks good. You're a little bit restricted, obviously. Okay, going for the Gaju play. That's a little bit better, I guess. Leaving that, getting rid of the U. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. But it did give an easy spot for Sohaib. And down goes 10 O's. 55 points the lead now. Natalie's sitting there with both blanks, but the spot for bonusing is gone. That was one of the risks with Gaju. Gives an easy spot for bonuses with that S. I think I would have. I think Gaju was better. U or Ju was better in certainly terms of leave, and probably scores well. But I would have been tempted to have left that. I didn't want to create. I wouldn't have created that opening, because it's just so much easier to bonus starting with. Ending with an S than it is to start with it with Revi. But yeah, a little bit unlucky. So yeah, and the thing is, I'm not sure. Sohaib would have had a bonus without that opening. So yeah, I don't think any bonuses would have played. So. Yeah, I think Joe was a little bit better. You almost you don't need to create an opening in that situation. I think you just play Joe, and you almost just almost want to block the board and not open, because you've got the blank, you've got insurance, you've got a 30-point lead after Joe. You can play JO or JOE. I think JO is better, but. You could go for Joe and go for the other blank and make sure your opponent can't do anything. But yeah, I think there's a little bit of a mistake to create that opening, because it's not obvious, but it does make it a lot easier for your opponent to bonus with Jew. So I don't agree with that, but can Natalie do anything? That is the question. 55 down. Yeah, it looks pretty bleak. There's no way to bonus, realistically. Still goes Veg, leaving PO on 2 blanks. It's an overkill rack, isn't it, really? So yeah, Natalie just really hoping for a phony, I think. I think that's the only realistic way of winning. So yeah, 32 the difference. And Soeb just needs to play something fairly safe and legitimate, I think. I can't see any big players potentially for Natalie. There isn't anything on the queue. Yeah, I can't see any big players realistically. I guess you could try, from Natalie's perspective, you could try put an S on denying. I mean, it doesn't take an S, but Your opponent doesn't know that. But I don't think you can really do that now with that wreck. So yeah, I'm not sure there's any plausible threats realistically from for Sohaib's perspective. I'm trying to think of things you'd be worried about. Don't really see anything. I mean, there's reasonable players with a P here, but it's not going to score a great deal. So, yep, down goes Ale. So, 46 the difference, and Natalie needs 42 to tie. It looks improbable, but you never know. But I think we do know, but yeah. So, yeah. Looks like maybe another win for Pakistan. They're really strong start in this contest. Just having a look elsewhere. Some more results in Ali against Rowdy. Ali wins. Elsewhere we got Mitsurugi. Another defeat for Mitsurugi. Having a bad run. 0-3 now, so Paki Boy winning that one. Yeah, a little bit of an upset. Andrew still playing. Has lost their game to Hasham. So a lot of the games in around 4 now. Hightower. Hightower, that game with still going on. Faziak. Faziak's game is finished. Faziak beating Hadi Khan. So that's a win for the UK. And this game, down goes Dorper. 22, so it's going to be a win for Sohaib. And elsewhere, Fasting. Fasting lost to Moyes. So another kind of good round for Pakistan so far. Colin against Rockstar. There's still games still going. We'll have a look at Hightower. Swap the flags around. So Hightower winning this one, but early stage. Well, 18 in the bag, so it's not that early. Daniel sitting there with bridles. Not sure that goes. That goes blocked, that bonus. So look at a strong position for UK in this one. Have we got a result in elsewhere? Nope. So that's all the results in, I think. Oh, maybe Vickery. Yeah, that game's finished. Whoops. Rockstar beat Chris Vickery. So yeah, 5-2 rounds so far. Pakistan, yeah, it's not going well. Daniel spotted Bristled with a T. But it looks like Hightower should be able to come back here with a bonus of his own, potentially. Has a blank here. Let's show the unseen. That's a pretty clunky unseen pool. So yeah, potentially, do you think there's a bonus here surely for Hightower to wrap this one up for UK? Not the easiest. I mean, there's Camots, but that doesn't play. So it could be tricky to find something that fits. That's the issue. Yeah, very few bonuses actually. Could have spotted the ones I thought about. Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything unless there's anything through the E. No, it doesn't look like there's any bonuses. Oh wait, there is one. There is one. It's pretty hidden. I'm not sure you'd even play it, to be honest. There's one from G8 through the E in Tyridges. That looks to be the only bonus. Yeah, I'd have been pretty loath to play it. It was Mechanate. and it would have created a rather nice triple or even just a space for your opponent to get a good score from. So I don't know if I'd have played that or not. But anyway, down goes rock from Hightower. Daniel still in this, but doesn't know that it's pretty good an inkling that Hightower's the blank now after that play. But there's some pretty good scoring potential on this rack. Just a case of where does it go on here? It's pretty tricky. Yeah, you'd think there'd be a reasonable scoring, like a 30 or 40 point play here, but there's the yaw play on the left, yock and that kind of thing. Keyed and yocked, yock, sorry, but it's only 33, so it's not the greatest. But be looking at this spot as well, egos and some sort of play. Something like uke. Yeah, there's nothing fantastic really. Even like something like the GE kind of word, but I can't see anything too fantastic there, to be honest. So yeah, it looks better than, obviously you've got rock with a K as well. That might be another alternative. Even uked with it, it's another option. Send up the Y or the Z even. That's a bit of merit actually to set up the Z, because you kind of, I do think this kind of telegraphs that your opponent as a blank to quite a strong degree. That indicates a blank, like the play of rock. Although it is blocking, so maybe it doesn't, but it certainly indicates they don't have the Z, and uked would cause a bit of panic. I think I quite like uked. What everybody else thinks in chat, but I like uked. Of the things I've seen, I mean, I haven't seen everything, obviously. It's always harder to see things when you're watching, but I kind of like uked to set up that huge Z spot and get Hightower running after you. I mean, the trouble is you're probably going to get hit by, when looking at the bag, you think you're almost certainly going to hit by a B or an F or an M or something. But I don't know. It creates a bit of volatility. I mean, it's actually not, as far as rack leaves go, it's probably as good as anything you're going to get with this lot. Because you can't really play something like Kedji. Oh, is Kedji good as well? I don't know if you can have it with a Y. No, it's just Kedji would be something that would, but even that leaves a W if you could fit that in anywhere, and I don't think you can. So yeah, I kind of like uked, just to get your opponent running around after you, and you know the YIG isn't too horrible. Just because you got the N to come, so if you're lucky you get the N or even the blank, and then you kind of sort out the Y, and then you might actually have a chance of bonusing. So interesting. It's just gone with uke and rock. Don't know why you wouldn't play up here if you're going to do that. So it's a strange play, but it looks probably going to be academic, seeing how good Hightower's rack is. Keep to have all those juicy vowels, and that it picked out ZE from that bag was pretty amazing, because that is what Hightower just picked, ZE. So it's a pretty amazing pickup. And Hightower's feeling pretty good about themselves, seeing that pool of rubbish. Could just go with smears here even. You think you're pretty much guaranteed to win after that. How do you lose there? Maybe some sort of able word, but yeah, that looks pretty strong. You're like 87 ahead after smears. Yeah, even these like able words, you probably still win a lot of the time. Yeah, I kind of like smears. In the end, just going for the Zia, keeping it tight. I mean, realistically, you're not losing to a lot after Zia. I mean, there's still potential for some bonus coming down here, but with a blank and the MET, leave, you should be covered against most stuff, but see, you can lose more on this situation because there's 3 in a bag. Daniel had a bonus through there with 3 in a bag and they pick out 3, like 3 letters that actually play on the board, then yeah. But academic. Flimsy is a very nice spot from Daniel, but it's still going to matter because Hightower has the goodies, as we say. Smitten would do. From Hightower's perspective, Smitten and Poos or whatever, you're going to probably other options here as well. But certainly Smitten seems obvious. So it looks like UK are going to pull one back, but it's pretty one-sided affair so far for Pakistan. Let's have a look else. Let's see if any other results are in. Oh, wow. Just plays Tent. Well, that'll work. Smitten would have won, certainly, out of sight, but Tent should win as well. Yeah, interesting. But it's fair enough, you make sure of the game. You're not going to lose from 38 up, unless your opponent bonuses. And that looks pretty unlikely with this wreck, so that makes sense. So let's have a look at these. 2 other results are in. Ahad beat Colin, so another win for Pakistan. And Violet and Ahmedam won that as well. Wow. So it's another 7-3 round, it looks like. Wow. Yeah, amazing. So all first 3 rounds have gone 7-3 to Pakistan. Wow. Amazing. Who would have thought, eh? That's a hell of a start, though. That's a hell of a head start for Pakistan. The UK are a very strong team, but yeah, they're a bit of a nightmare, aren't they? Pakistan are having a great start here. Dominant stuff. 21-9 after round 3. Let's say we'll get a confirmation on that, but because I am gormless, I do sometimes put the wrong score in. So we'll watch something different. This time we're watching a bit of Moyes and Andrew. So the flag's the right way around. UK on the right, and Pakistan on the left. Good start in this game for Andrew. Commingle, abortees and fine. Doesn't look like any bonuses for Moyes yet. So, yeah. Amazing stuff from Pakistan though so far. So we'll get a confirmation on the scoreboard. Yep, 21-9. And 4 unbeaten players, all from Pakistan. That's Moyes, Ahad, Hasham and Ahmedam. All 4 unbeaten for Pakistan. And the highest UK players in 8th individual standings. So even the 2 UK players on 2 and 1, all the rest are on losing records. And even the two players on 2 and 1, they've both got negative spreads. So, so yeah, dominant stuff from Pakistan so far. But it can all swing around. Lots of games to go. 7 rounds left. We're into round 4 here, and yeah, it's a tough spot for Moyes. boards. It's not too bad. It's not too bad for bonuses. A few lanes. Got the S lane with Arders. Got a bonus ending in a vowel in column 14. You've got the E to end, and you've got those floaters and nanny to use, so it's not too bad for bonusing. Still plenty of play left in this. Yeah. The IG is kind of something you're tempted to keep here. Because of the ING possibility, but I'm not sure how worth it is. Not a big factor. Waved goes down, that's a good score for Moyes. There's a lead to 45, but as we see Andrew with a blank. Clunky stuff with it. CH. Well, CH is a very nice combination, but you don't want an extra H as well on top. But there's worse combinations you could have had, certainly. So you should be able to score at least here, Andrew. And just for record, Andrew's using a rather old photograph as his avatar. So it goes with Chi. I'm not sure I really like that, leaving the H. Yeah, there was a nice. There was actually a nice 7 there. I forgot about that spot. Hutchie would have played. Hutchie, which is an Austrian word, a ground sheet draped over a stick as a makeshift shelter. So Hutchie would have played as a bonus in that column where Chi is gone. So a little bit of a miss, but still UK in control this one. 64 points up. Moyes with a Q now. Not what you want. But reasonable rec to go with it. It's just that Q is the pain. You can play Cat from I7. It's going to be a reasonable, and down it goes. 24 is not too problematic. And Andrew still got that blank. A little bit vowel heavy here. Does have the CH opportunity for short players, but probably looking for bonuses here as well. Whether there's anything here or not is a tough call. Don't see anything immediately bonus-wise. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look like there's anything here bonus-wise. No 7s at all. So yeah, the good thing Andrew could kind of cash that H in with ETH, but it does leave 3 vowels. But yeah, the blank is crucial for him, really. I was worrying about how he's playing this at the moment. ETH's got down to 25. It does kind of take out this top right corner. Excuse me. Yeah, it does take out that top right, which is a big worry because it's just going to sit there all the time. So that's a worry. But you figure like the S is still available. There's a lot of T's. Actually, Andrew has the last E's here, so that's a big help. So like EST bonuses are unlikely. You could have IST bonuses. And as you can see, Moyes has that, but wow, is there any ING bonuses here? Or is it one of those phony ones? Yeah, it looks promising, but it's actually not words. Gristing. I'm sure Moyes will know that. It's ringgits is the anagram of that. So close and frustrating one. Very tempting to play. I know probably some people are thinking is gristing a word here, but it's not. There's only ringgits, so that doesn't fit. So there's actually no bonuses here. Andrew played the F in the end, 25. I think that was a right option in some respects. With loads of consonants in the bag, it just wasn't too much of an issue to leave 3 vowels. But so tough spot for Moyes. Certainly don't want double I, double G. getting rid of GI looks reasonable. You'd think at this point, maybe thinking that consigned to the idea that Andrew has a blank. Excuse my frog in the throat. So yeah, Andrew picking out all those vowels, so not the greatest. I don't really like Grizz. I think I just played GI. GI, playing the R didn't really achieve anything, but has worked out in the end with trusting. And that actually brings Pakistan 1 point up, but Andrew's rack looks like it's matured at last. You would think there's plenty of bonuses here. Certainly Taniate onto the E or the T. Tanier goes down very quickly. Andrew not one to mess about. Kind of wasn't probably it probably should have spent a little bit longer on that just to make sure there was something. Try and find something more blocky, but in the end, it's not going to matter. As we can see, Moyes has absolute rubbish. Although I could score a little bit. I think whapped is good. Whap I think means to blink. So whapped through that E of Tania. Oh, that means to throw or pull quickly, apparently, whap. Pretty sure it meant to blink, but... yeah, that's going to score okay. It's not too bad. 48. That's probably the best play anyway, so... You never know. Andrew might play a bonus. Sorry, a phony. So whapped looks good. I think that's the play. I won't worry too much about it and just play whapped and fingers crossed for a 40. I think that's pretty much the only option here. Andrew has Louvre through the E, and he can play it through the ER as well from L1. So yeah, I think whapped is the play. And yeah, with that rack, just getting out in 2 is pretty much a miracle, to be honest. So don't know if bapped is good. It sounds dubious. Can you have bapped? No. Yeah. I guess you've got to check for other combinations just in case you have there's any 2-letter leave that could score a lot of points somewhere, but I think whapped is looking strong. You could have blawed as well, leaving 2 P's. Another option. It scores 3 points less. Is there any huge players for P, double P? Doesn't look like it, does it? Although it might actually work out slightly better than whapped. But it's probably about the same, I think. Next play after whapped is just like alb, lob, that kind of thing. This doesn't look like anything's fantastic with LB. Blag. Doesn't look like there's any good players with BL. It's a shame. I guess, well. So yeah, Blood does leave you pop for 14. So they're pretty much the same, I think. I mean, realistically, Andrew should be playing Valors here, or Luvars or whatever, to go out with. So it's not going to matter, but there we go. Valors goes down, so it's a win for UK. Much needed win. 414 to 373 in favour of Andrew. Let's have a look around, see if some other games going on. Not much to do with Colin so far. Colin looks pretty much game over. Looks like a win for UK there. Let's get rid of the flags. So yeah, UK on the left, number 15. We'll have a look around. Hightower. Oh, Hightower getting pummeled there a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty bad for the UK in that one. Elsewhere we've got a Phasiac. Whoops. And if it's a class 1, Phasiac looks pretty good. 40 points up and 2 blanks. So yeah. This looks pretty good for UK. I guess there's still some outside shot of a bonus somewhere. With that unseen pool, not sure though, realistically. See if I've got any results in for this round. Looks like Vickery. Vickery beats Sorhib. Is that? Yeah, that's a good result for the UK team. And Andrew's result we've got in. So that actually everybody else is still playing, so it's pretty good. Have a look around. I think pretty sure I can't see a way for Pakistan to win this one, so we'll have a look around the other games. Fasting is winning against Ahad. That looks pretty much done and dusted. This looks like more fun. So Bob Violet against Hadi. We'll watch this because it's super close. It was super close. There goes Martins for Hadi. So it takes Pakistan 52 points ahead now. But pretty good wreck for Bob. Look at all that real estate on this board because of all the players boxed into that top part of the game. Let's have a look at the scene. There is a J to come, so that's a little bit of a threat for Bob. Kind of doesn't look like there's any bonuses immediately with this wreck, but it looks strong. Certainly, you are worried about a J spot, even if you kind of play over somewhere else. If a J player comes down, it could, even if Bob draws a bonus later on, the J player could easily be enough to outrun. So you're a little bit worried about that. But again, I mean, it's tricky. I think you need another bonus line here, certainly. So it could be a case of playing off the M here, playing a bonus. Playing a 5-letter word maybe. You want to keep an A certainly, because you've got the last A's. So one A is a good tile to have in your rank. You definitely do. I mean, apart from, let's say, this is a big spot for the J. They could either play it down, or they could just play J or J double E or something. So part of the value in playing 4 tiles is if your opponent just plays J or, then you empty the bag, and you still probably outrun them. As long as you play 4 tiles off. But it's nothing kind of obvious with that M sticking out. I guess Mage isn't too bad, but yeah, it's gone to block that J spot, but I don't really like that. It doesn't score anything. You just get outrun. And as we can see, Hadi has Overlie or Relievo here. I think Overlie is going to be fairly safe. Overlie 74. I think you pretty much win with that. 124. There's 14 in your rack, so yeah, I don't. Bob can't score enough here, and that was a problem with just dumping off an A. It just doesn't score enough. Trying to think of what the play would be. I mean, the trouble is, the more you play off, the more likely you are to get the J or whatever, and you can't do anything. But I didn't see anything obvious off the M anyway. Mage just a little bit yucky. So yeah, down goes Agonizes, but it's not going to be enough. High scoring game in the end there, but it's going to be a win for Pakistan. Just waiting for the result to go through. Don't think we're going to get challenged for that. 36, and just not enough on the rack. So 8-point win in the end for Pakistan, 489 to 481. Let's have a look elsewhere. See a bit of Ali and Packy Boy. So this is still round 4, amazingly. So we'll watch this, and so UK on the left and Packy Boy on the right. Pakistan on the right, obviously. Looking good for Ali here. Yeah, it's forming, and there's pretty much yeah. So forming goes down and all that. An aura. Yeah, there wasn't any bonuses for Packy Boy, so it's looking good for UK. 90 points up, which looks like we've got some more results in. So Aphasiac beat Tasham. So let's put that in blue. Scores aren't updated yet, just the colours. And so we got Ali watching Ali. Ali looking good here. Mitsurugi. Wow, Mitsurugi losing again to yeah, actually this game hasn't finished, so still playing against Rowdy. Hightower lost to Rockstar, yeah. So that's a result. Fasting, is that a result yet? Against Beaten Ahad. UK finally getting their finger out a little bit here. And a nice play from Ali. Easy to miss the bonus then. Concentrate on blocking, but neglects goes down. And that should seal a win for UK in this one. Pretty big lead. Not many tiles to go, and even another blank. So see, Ostieri, I think, will go down pretty quickly here. And Dangs. Yeah, I think I'm going to see a bonus pretty quickly. I don't think this one's pretty much done and dusted. So looks like we're on the results. Natalie Z beating Daniel. So finally, UK win a few games. So it looks good for Ali. Let's have a look at the Mitsurugi game, since this one's pretty much dead. Yeah, Mitsurugi winning convincingly there for UK. So there it goes, 4-6-7 to 3-6-4. And Mitsurugi, bad early run, but finally puts one on the board for the UK team. So we've got Ali looking good, and DRC Cons. That game's already in against Ahmedim. Let's have a look at that results. Yeah, they beat they won that game for the UK. So looks like an 8-2 round for UK, and finally did a comeback. Well, we'll keep watching this game since it's a little bit more advanced. It's in a round 5 game we're watching. Flags the right way around. Pretty much even. I've seen that wreck before. Tenerini goes down from Colin. Puts in 36 up. And that's a quite interesting wreck for Moyes. Not one you'd want at the end of the game to get stuck with. But let's update the scores. It's a 7-2 round so far. But it looks like, say, almost certain that UK will make it 8-2 with Ali's game. Looking like 200 ahead soon. So looks like UK clawing this one back. And it'll be 17-23 after round 4. So we're well into round 5 now, most of the games. Yeah, one of those wrecks here you'd love to have. I mean, there's a few players. You've got Jeff. Jeff is a verb in... I think it's something Jeff... Something to do with corruption, isn't it? Jeff Kennett or somebody like that. Yeah, it was ruthlessly downsizing the organisation after Jeff Kennett. So Jeff and Kennett are both verbs, those weird ones. So Jeff is a word, but you'd be a little bit worried about playing it from J2. That'd be quite ballsy. But there is the X to just get an easy. It looks like an easy 53. I don't think there's much else to worry about here. So yeah, Dex or Tex. Either of those are good. And Moyes be crossing the fingers to get an S and play Jeffs for a lot of points, but that'll probably go now. So Moyes back in the lead now, 90 points, but it's pretty much an even game. Colin picked the prettiest of wrecks after that bonus, but workable. But not going to be too much of a score on offer here, you'd think. So yeah, one of those where you kind of having a look at that T in Tenerini, something like Garrett, perhaps, or Garrot, I guess. I was tempted to pronounce it as it's carrot with a G, but I suppose it is Garrot. So that for 21 looks reasonable. Leaving LA is quite nice. You could just play Groat or something like that, but yeah, Groat or Garrett or Garrot. All those kind of words seem reasonable. Don't know if there's anything better. You could maybe play something like Rag as well, or Allah. Allah's okay. Kind of, you want to play in that area basically because that's where the hotspots are. Either playing through the E could potentially be quite a lot of points, or playing through the T itself. So you're kind of focused on that area and picking an option. Colin goes for a Rag in the end. Moz has picked out an E, so he has Jeff on his rack now. Doesn't look like it goes anywhere other than through the E already on the board. Certainly some scoring potential there. So F's are one of those rare, pretty much the only letter where having a second F is actually better than the first one, because the synergy of having words with two F's and double F. So something to consider. So if you're going to play F, ideally you want to play both of them together. So meth seems good. That looks pretty strong for 40. Seems a pretty reasonable option, doesn't it? I mean, you got the more obvious things would be things like theft through the T. I think meth is it's quite a lot better than that. Can't see anything too fantastic with a J. I think it's just one you're going to have to keep hold of until the next move, I think. I mean, just playing Jeff off is pretty good rack leave, actually. 29 points. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable as well. I mean, that's pretty strong rack leave. You know, you're going to get meth here. Or you're likely going to get... Well, I mean, that may get blocked, but... It also blocks... Like, rag is quite a good balancing move. Like, you're thinking maybe your opponent has a bonusy rack there. So, like, taking out the S and obscuring the E, the Obelize hooks and taking out the E, maybe to your advantage as well. Because, I mean, this is more of a scoring move, scoring leave than a bonusy leave. Oh, it's pretty good for both. So anyway, there goes Meth. I think that's a pretty good play, I think, for 40. And puts Paxton 37 up on this one. And Colin double O double R this time. There is actually an 8 with a P with this rag, but good luck if you find that one. It's very findable, very guessable word, but that's the only bonus with a P. And obviously there isn't a P anywhere, but... So with this rag, yeah, you just kind of, again, looking at, kind of focused around dumping a lot of vowels into that T. So, well, not necessarily vowels, like something like abort or whatever. But it's probably... There's all those a barrel or whatever it is. You could play from here. A disconnection. As Colin comes back, we'll watch that. So yeah, barrel or something like that. Robble, all those kind of things. Maybe brule. Brule's kind of a little bit safer. Although brule does kind of create a bit of a hotspot here. Yeah, there's a lot of options there. I can understand why you just want to play a bot or something like that. It's disconnected, so we'll have a look at another game while they return. So this is early stages. Not much going on there. I'll look around at other games. That's pretty much even. Hightower just getting the bonus down. Glutiite early on. For Ahmedin for Pakistan. Looks like Colin's back. And Efesiak with a little bit of an early lead against Daniel. And the blank as well. So looking good there. So let's get back to Colin. And Moise. So robot. Yeah. That's a little bit better. Keeps LAR. That's a nice leave. Yeah, it's better than a bot, certainly. Robot. And Moise, quite a bit of scoring potential with that J, but not a lot else. There's nice combinations with the CH. It's either the J that's messing things up. I'd be very tempted to just play a Jet here. Yeah, even against Taj, I kind of like. Yeah, I think Taj is okay. Yeah, okay. It creates a C spot as well, bit of a hotspot for the C. So yeah, Taj is good, I think. And Colin 44 down, but they bring the flags back. Reasonable rack. Close to bonuses, but not quite there. Not added in many E's so far on these racks. Since Tenerini, not had an E, so a little bit restricted by that as Colin. Would have liked that E in a better spot for Oval Lane, but not to be. So yeah, just we're getting an update on that. So a small break of round 5, and it'll resume at 12:15. So this is the last round 5. Oh, I should put in the last game with Ali. Yeah, confirmed he beat Packy Boy. I think we knew that was going to happen. So I'll bring that up to date. 17-23. And it was an 8-2 round. Just confirm elsewhere. So we'll move on to round 5. Yeah, so 23-17 is confirmed to round 4. So yeah, down goes Oval from Colin. Opens up a bit more of the board. Which to his advantage. I mean, he's 21 points down and he's Moses to play, so and getting rid of the V's useful. I mean, it's still quite an open board with that S there. It's one of those things where the S sits there a lot because there's no value in kind of playing. But now with the Z on Moses' rack, if Moses wanted to, they could play the Z and score pretty well. Something like Zit. Or just Zeddy or whatever. It's going to score pretty well. But Zit down there, even better. So down goes Zit for 54 and leaves a very strong SECH. Very nice synergistic scoring leave, but as you can see now, Colin has picked out the blank. It looks like we're going to see a bonus here. Got the S. That S is looking very inviting. Must surely be a bonus onto that S. With this rack, you'd think Rampions maybe? Could easily have made that up. Rampion, yeah. Rampings is good as well, actually. But, yeah, just the two there. Rampings and Rampions. Those are two bonuses that are going to point out the S. And with the P doubled as well, it'll be a pretty big score, and it'll bring Colin into the lead, actually. If you can find either of those moves. If you're 100% sure, you'd definitely go Rampings, just to try and draw a challenge, I think, but Rampion's probably the one I'll be playing, because I'm not good on my INGS words. Good luck if you are. I'm too lazy to, well, even when I was a decent player, I was too lazy to study them, so yeah, Rampions goes down. Good play from Colin. Oh, that's an unlucky pickup as well from... Pick out CH when you already have CH on your rack that's hideous for Moyes. Rampion is a European plant, essentially. So now Colin's 17 points up on that. That was absolutely horrible for rack. Was going to be easy enough to sort out, but you lost a little bit of tempo there, picking out CH when you already have CH. Usually CH would be a great pickup, because CH is a nice combination, but you don't want it twice, essentially. So yeah, just a case of what Moyes does here. You can play Cheetah, Hatch, something like, you could just play CH off. So yeah, loads of options here. I do like Cheetah, just for scoring. Pretty nice looking play, isn't it? 36 points. I do like that. That'd be a nice play. And yes, you can have it. The regular spelling is with 2 E's, but you can have it with 1 as well. So that's a nice spot from Moyes. Colin has picked out the S and the blank, but mixed bag. Look at all those vowels left though. All those consonants, but there are 20 vowels to come, 11 consonants. And bearing in mind that, as always, ISC counts Y's as a vowel, so even so, very vowel-heavy bag. So Colin should be in good shape here to kind of play off some of those rubbishy tiles and then draw a bonus, you would think. Moyes drawing the challenge with that cheater. As I say, it does look weird with only 1 E for us only UK people, but it is good. So it's an extra 5 for 5 points goes off Colin's score. It's just how it works on ISC. So 24 the difference now, but still Colin in good shape with a blank and an S. It's a case of what can he do to kind of sort this wreck out in the meantime. Got the obvious players of something like Vow, but you don't really want to score 8. It also kind of blocks that Orbalize hook, but given there's 2 S's to come and a D, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it is bad for his bonus potential, but after something like Vow, I mean, given the scoreline, 24 difference, your opponent is going to look to play. If they've got an S, they would look to play down here and force you to bonus in this column, because it's, you're given counter plays back if you have to bonus here. Like most bonuses are going to ending S and they're going to go down here and they're going to give some sort of counter play back. Whereas if they get a bonus here, it gives nothing back pretty much. So that's what Moyes would be looking to play. He'd be looking to play down here and get like 30 points. So I think playing Vow is stronger. But because you don't really want to take that R out either, to be honest. But you're taking all these flaws up at the top. If you can get a bonus up here, it'd be perfect. It's actually blocked something there. No, it hasn't. Yeah, another bad pickup for Moyes though. He was a lovely player, Cheetah, but might be pretty unlucky with some of these picks. Picking CH when you already have CH, now getting 2 U's. Pretty ugly. But it should be, again, reasonable to resolve. Got Hook. Hook or Shook, I think are both good. From the H and Cheetah, so got reasonable scores, and it'll put him nearly over 50 up. So I think worth it. Although I say that play from Colin, he should have played Vow really, not Vor. Could have potentially ended up with the board being closed down, but in the end, probably not going to matter because that's a pretty nice wreck, isn't it, for Colin? Should be seeing a bonus here, certainly. It's a case of what's best, really. Yeah, you'd think Colin's going to be in the lead after this move. Again, that bag, very vowel heavy. And interesting that Moyes opted just to play Hook. Could have played Shook. Yeah, I think I would have took the extra 3 points. It's tempting not to because there's a lot of good S spots. You've got Cheetahs. Safe enough to play the S's underneath here and score with. So I understand why you wouldn't do that. Also with the vowel heaviness of the bag, it kind of gives you some more insurance against that as well. So yeah. And also, there was a potential. Colin doesn't have anything that does it, but there's a potential of a play that started with S and ended in S or D coming down here, and that would have been super. Would have put your opponent in a very strong position. Colin could have done that; he'd have been very strong favourite, but down goes Kleptons. That's not a word. So I think this could be getting challenged off. Yeah, there wasn't any biggies, and yeah, Kofit comes, and oh dear. Yeah, that's a crucial. Yeah, can't be playing phonies, but as it happens, I don't think it would have mattered. Well, actually, yeah. That's a big swing. That is pretty much the game over in that little swing there. Yeah, I guess if Colin had played something like the P or I or whatever and blocked Sutars, then yeah, that could have swapped the game around. But what? Where's it sending your chance to phase it? Why does it keep doing that? I haven't done anything. ISC, you're a mystery. Anyway, so there it goes. So that's going to be pretty much a win for. There's nothing particularly fancy through the K. I wonder if there's anything through the C, but. Yeah, Paul Cats, but. Yeah, I can't see it. The only things through the K, I think there's Lockstep and Post-like. Post-like's a new one, I didn't know it. So Lockstep and Post-like, the only words through the K. It'd be tempting to play something like Kleptos with an OES blue, but it just doesn't take it, So yeah, I'm going to move over to because that's pretty much... Polecats is nice. Actually, still slight chance, but nah, I don't think so. I think this is over. As soon as Moyes plays something legit, this is game over. So we'll have a swap around. Ali started late, so we'll watch that one. Ali on the left. I had to play. There's a bit of playing. This is pretty close when you consider the rank of these. All these vertical plays. Yeah. It's a weird looking board, isn't it? So yeah, 87 the difference, but I had to play and with the blank, and certainly you're going to score with this X, particularly if they can get a bonus, but I don't think there's any bonuses there, but certainly reasonable scores with that X, Ox or XI even. So let's have a look at the unseen pool. Pretty standard. No S's to come. So how does the last S here? S here? So Aphasiac has finished against Daniel. Aphasiac wins that one. So that's a win for UK. Tightening that gap. Have we got any other games over? Fasting. Fasting beat Sohaib. So another one for UK. Comeback continues. And I think that's it. All the other games are still going. We'll have a little look around just to see how they're all panning out. So Ali winning. The Toxins goes down. So this one's pretty much even game now. So yeah, big play. 82 for Toxins. And Ali just 5 points up. So a quick skim around. Mitsurugi. Looking bad for Mitsurugi. Pakistan winning that one by 123. We got Paki Boy winning that one convincingly. 362 to 243. Colin, this game nearly done. 101 behind, so that looks like a win for Pakistan. Hightower getting pulverized. Value weights looks like a 9-timer there for Ahmedam. So it looks like another win for Pakistan. So yeah, it looks a fairly even round. We've got another result with Andrew. Let's have a look at Natalie Z. That's a close game. We'll watch that. Just as it finishes, we're only at 2 tiles to go. So we'll watch the end of this one and swap back to Ali. So UK on the left. 20 points down. Let's have a look at the unseen. Yeah, this is pretty much like looks a 50-50 game, pretty much. Certainly some players going to go underneath Zorel. Also the S. So some pretty good options here for Natalie. Certainly should take the lead after the next play, unless they decide to just play a fatile here. Cleek looks pretty strong. Cleek. 54, that's it, yeah, down it goes. And that's Ditz to go out with, so that looks like a win. Looks like Cleek's going to do it for Natalie, unless there's a bonus here for Haddy. This looks pretty good. Yeah, there aren't any bonuses, so that looks like a win for Natalie. Much needed win for the UK team. Looks like it's going to even out, be about 5 all or thereabouts. Let's have a swap around to Bob. Bob's getting pulverized there, so yeah, it looks pretty much 50-50. Yeah, let's have Andrew's game against Rowdy. Rowdy won that one, 469 to 369. So yeah, I think maybe 6-4 or 5 or 6-4 to Pakistan or 5 each. It looks like this round. We'll swap back to Ali because this is a close game. Ali to play on the left, representing the UK. 14 points down. A little bit of an ugly wreck. So look at the unseen. You could be useful for that Q. But yeah, you quite happily get rid of some of that rubbish. That E's looking inviting in Gia. Just a case of what can Ali do with that wreck. There's not a lot on. Obviously very restricted with all that grot. So you would kind of like to keep the U for as insurance against a Q, because there's no more U's to come. So, but it's not that big a help really. You don't really want to open up the board to bonuses. Given this rack and the blank to come and everything else. So something like Verge, I'd be reluctant to play that just to open up, because it opens up scoring lane, it opens up an eye. But yeah, there's not a lot on offer here. A little bit is you don't have much flexibility. You don't have much choice on what you're doing here. The V, not a good tile, and particularly with another V to come as well. Maybe that Verge ends up being a reasonable option. Ted's is a slightly hidden S hook. Looks a little bit weird putting an S there, but yeah, you kind of stead. So it's yeah, it's not that short. And in the end, Ali goes for Wither. It does take an N hook, but not particularly useful as yet, potentially, but could come in handy. Let's say it's a little bit more defensive Wither. In respect that it's not up on that triple lane at all, so I had certainly got a few options here with a not a bad rack really, easy enough to play off like Vag or whatever and have a pretty strong bonusary rack. But say there's not really any good lanes to bonuses unless you've got the blank. It's pretty tough to get a bonus down. It's all about that blank really, this game. Potentially the Q could be a little complication as well. Certainly the blank it's a big tile to pick out in this game. It's what you want to see. It's what you're really hoping for. So let's see if we've got more results in. Physiac we've got, fasting we've got Natalie Z. Natalie Z beat Harry Khan as we were seeing, so yeah, that's another result in. DRFC Colin was getting pulverised, so that's a win for Pakistan. I think Pakistan will win most of the other games. So we'll update the score anyway. It's now 20-25. 3-2 in favour of the UK, but so I think Pakistan will win in most of these other games. So looks like they're going to have a little bit of a win, a little bit of a lead going into this break. Still 5 games before we have our break. So this could be a crucial game to try and even out the round or favour of the UK. Could go either way though. This is really about that blank. That blank's going to be crucial. So yeah, things like Vag. I mean, that's the obvious like no-brain play. And it seems reasonable enough. Or you could do something like VAR. But you kind of prefer Vag just for turnover. As I say, you don't want the G, particularly with what's to come. There's also things like Carver and Cave. Yeah, lots of options. Lots of reasonable players here. You can even do Vang and Wyvern, but yeah, it seems like Vag just seemed reasonable as much as anything. It's probably one of those moves you see straight away and you just kind of look around and yeah, it's about as good as it gets really. So 17-point lead for Pakistan. Ali not got the blank yet. That blank is going to be so crucial here. And Ali has the Wyvern hook as well. But yeah, a little bit clunky. Depends how you want to play this. I think you go for turnover here, but as well as turnover, of course, there's that Q to worry about as well. So you definitely want the blank. The blank is going to be huge. The blank is more important. Getting the blank is more important than not getting the Q. Much more important, I think. But certainly the Q could stuff things up for. If you get the Q and they don't get the blank, then you're certainly in trouble. So yeah, interesting how Ali plays this. Yeah, got players up to the top right. Yeah, Calc. Could have played more tiles, something like Lunk or whatever, but doesn't score as much. So Calc goes down for Ali, 13 points up, and oh, that's a hideous. I had just picked out 3 E's out of the bag. Amazing. Oh wow. Well, so I mean, it's not all bad because I mean it's pretty horrible, but it does mean that Ali could be struggling for vowels as well. But as we saw, Ali kept 2 vowels there. I'm pretty sure it kept U and I. Oh no, it didn't actually. Just kept the U, didn't he? So yeah, that could be a factor. That sort of lacking in vowels. After, I mean, it makes sense. It was a fairly bounced bag until I had picked out 3 E's. So yeah, it's going to be come down. What did Ali get? Did you get the blank? Did you get any vowels? Did you get the Q? It's going to be a tight one, this. And 5 in the bag. So yeah, you kind of, I say, you still want to try and get that blank because it's such a big deal. It's kind of, ideally you'd play 3 or 4 tiles here. 3 or 4 tiles. 3 is kind of easier to. The thing I like about leaving 2 in the bag is it makes it harder for your opponent to do an out in 2. There's only 1 in the bag, particularly if you've got the blank. They're pretty much guaranteed an out in 2. If you leave 2 in the bag, it's much more harder because those 2 tiles can be absolutely anything. I kind of prefer leaving 2 in the bag to kind of sneak in a close game like this. But it depends on your options, really. Like, what are the options for a had? And it's pretty tricky. Yeah, you're kind of looking at, I mean, I don't think this is a good play, but that'll be an option. Scores 16. You're giving away a triple, which is bad because there's so much clunky stuff. That's why it's bad. But it's certainly an option, but I don't like it. You could do something like this, but Reed takes hooks. So it takes an A hook. So our Reed is good. So that counts against it because there is an A to come. But maybe you need to gamble. I don't know. If you feel like you need to gamble, then that is a reasonable play. Certainly. But if your opponent has an A, it's pretty much you almost certainly lose, I guess. But then again, the thing is though, if your opponent plays through there, then 2 in the bag, and then picks out the Q. Maybe you can block. You can stick them. No, well, you can't really block them. You can't stick them with a Q. So yeah, I think I prefer Reed to that. That is a bit of a nothing play for me. Just dumping off 2 E's. It doesn't score anything. I was trying to see if there's any plays through here with the vowels that would have worked. But I disagree with just dumping 2 E's. It's a nothing play. This is totally a nothing play. Leave 3 in the bag. If Ali has the Q and can't get rid of it, he can just play QI. And he's still 15 points up. And big favourite. Well, biggish favourite. But it's still going to come down. That blank is going to be crucial. This could go either way. I mean, 5 points difference. Ali, as I say, as we can see, does not have the blank. So this is so many ways this can turn. So how do you play this is the question. I mean, you could just dump off a tile here, but that blank is such a big thing to pick out. I mean, from Ali's perspective, you've seen that play of double E and you're thinking, what on earth is my opponent doing? You must think, well, they must have at least another E, possibly two, and they don't have any of the pointy stuff either. You're probably thinking most of the time they have a blank when they do that. So yeah, it's good. I mean, Ali now knows that the chances are there's clunky stuff in that bag, and they're likely to pick them up. And so we got whisper in chat of is Gorp at 2p? Gorp, yeah. Yeah, I think Gorp was a nice player. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good suggestion. Gorp for 20, and it doesn't leave you. It leaves you with an extra vowel. Whereas Amma, you know, there's going to be vowel-y stuff left. So yeah, I think Gorp is a good play. Because you know there's after your opponent plays double E, you know they've got most of the vowels. So keeping that extra vowel, particularly if you get the Q, it's no good just having QU. You know, just having QU is useless. You're still restricted to playing QI, or you need something to play it through. So if you have QUA, that's much stronger. That's much more flexible. So yeah, interesting dilemma. Morning, Barry. Oh, still morning, is it? Oh God, feels like I can't believe it's still morning. Oh, dear me. This is about the time I usually wake up. Like, probably shouldn't say that, but yeah, morning, Barry, and yeah. So this is a tough one. Interesting position. So Ali has the Q and the blank and the U. So if it played Gorp, would be probably in a pretty strong position. With the A, a bit more flexibility. Without it, yeah. And what does the question is, does Ahad have any outs? Oh yeah, he has Renee. Wyvern and Orby, Renee. Renee plays down there from B7. And does Yearn or anything else? Does Ahad have anything else? The Renee doesn't quite play along here. There's Yearn. Yearn doesn't seem to play. Any other anagrams? Oh, there's Rain. Rain doesn't play either. But yeah, Ali has to block this Wyvern spot unless there's anywhere else. Oh wait, there's Yago as well. Oh, I think Ahad wins this. Ahad wins because of Yago, Renee, and Yago. So yeah, this looks like a win for Ahad. I mean, Quinn goes down, but that's 14 on the rack. Does Renee score enough for 30? Yeah, Renee would do it. And Orby. Yeah, that would be enough. What about Renee down here? 24. See, that wouldn't be enough, I don't think. So he has to spot Wyvern, Renee, Orby. That is the win. Has to be Wyvern and Orby. Has to be that B7 spot. 5 seconds. Down it goes. Well spotted. Well spotted. Pakistan win it with that play. 11 points of difference, but 14 to come off Ali, whatever. 14 to come off, so Ahad's going to win by 3 points. 8 points with a challenge. So Pakistan win that one by 8 in the end. 4-2 on a 4-1-3. Whoa, that was a close game. And well spotted. Well spotted. That was a good spot. Easy to see Rene and Hugo, but this one a little bit more tricky. And I think, yeah, Gorp rather than Amma would have been better, but I'm not sure it would have even helped in the end. Having that 5 letter, that Rene was perfect. Just fitted everywhere. So in the end, even though Ali got the blank, Ahad wins it with that out, that 5 letter out. So good game, good game. I do think EE was a mistake, but Rene well spotted. And there we go. So 4-2-1 to 4-1-3. So we'll put that in green, and we'll have a look at the. We'll swap to the enhanced scoreboard soon. So the score is wow. So that makes it 30-20 at the break. So that makes it easier. Just colour everything green. So yet another 7-3 round in favour of Pakistan. Oh, wow. So that's really swung it in Pakistan's favour. So it is now 30-20 to Pakistan at the break. As I say, it's going to be a break now, and the next game is at 1:15, so 25 minutes. We're going to bring you through all the latest standings and individual standings, so we'll read those out for you. I think we'll try and get the scoreboard without. Right, let me see if I can do this. So we're going to swap to the scoreboard. Here we go. Trying to find the right window. That one. Why is it not giving me that? Never mind. See? So we'll have a look at some, the interesting end game that, wasn't it? Loads of fun. So the chat box seems to have stuck, but there you go. Let me just test it out. Yeah, the test seemed to. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Paul G having a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, he is. Lost his first 3 and then lost the last one. I'm sure he'll be back, but well, that's the way it goes. Scrabble, you'll have a runs of bad luck. I don't think he did anything wrong really from the games I saw. Yeah, just the chat saying am I burning a crucial tile vowel, which is why I prefer GOP. Yeah, I agree. I think GOP is better. I didn't like double E either. Just dumping off E's. It didn't score anything, but I had the very lucky kind of to get it out with a 5-letter play like that. It's pretty tough. You basically you're second favourite after double E. Certainly a strong second favourite. So many ways you lose basically. But yeah, he spotted the renace. There it goes. That's what it's about. So that's where it goes. So yeah, I'd say we're in a lunch break now. So next game will be back in 20 minutes. Till then, I might just mess about playing bots or something. But yeah, 30-20 at the break. The winning line is 50.5 games. So Pakistan just over 20 games from victory. I'm sure you can work it out for UK as well. 5 rounds to go though, so a lot of things can happen. So yeah, we're suggesting playing Chin and Wyvern. Wouldn't have scored as much. We've had a suggestion in the private message, so I'll go through that game again at the end. Fun last few moves. So yeah, yeah, Paul could play QIN, but he still loses to Rene. Rene down the side. I think Rene is 16, 21, 24 for Rene. So yeah, it would still lose to Rene onto Wygo. So I don't think there's any. I'm not sure if there's any wins here for at this stage. Yeah, I don't think there's any wins realistically. I mean, you could play QIN down here as well, I guess, but it's no better really, is it? It doesn't score anymore. Let's have a look, see if yeah. So there's nothing else from ISC. There's no other better players than QIN for 34. So if I look at this position is interesting as well. So yeah, I mean, Hyde is strong because you leave in earn, so chances are if you get like a lot of players are going to give you an out somewhere. Most of the time you're trying to get an out here and maybe here or here. You've got 3 places to go out in basically. Alongside Ego, you've got the N in Wyvern and you've got like players alongside here. So if you get like the G, you've got range, anger fits along the side, that kind of thing. N probably be a loss. Yeah, I think you lose if you pick an N. You obviously lose if you get the Q. R probably bad as well. So you're probably really hoping for the U or the blank, obviously, the G or the Y. I think it's probably like a 50-50 shot at that stage. I think you probably you obviously lose if you get the Q. I think you lose if you get the R realistically, because there's only one place to go out with Ne and Reran. You can't go out here, so I figure that probably the R loses. And probably P. P is interesting. Is there anything with that? Probably not, realistically. You can... There's Arpen and Paren, but that's the only place you can go out. So probably lose if you get the P. So yeah, interesting situation. But yeah, let me... So the suggestions here are Gorp, which I kind of agree with. I know you can't see all the moves, but Gorp, to preserve the vowels. Your opponent's just played double E, so you know they've probably got lots. At least probably 3 of those vowels. and like an N or an R and a blank. That's their kind of set. And they're obviously picking out 2 random letters. So yeah, Gorp is good, I think. And as it happened, I think Ali picked out Q blank. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, I think if you after that, if you pick out Q blank, then you have Umiak, and I think that's probably enough to win. Yeah, I think you win after that with the Q blank pickup. Yeah, Umiak is going to be pretty good, isn't it? It's like 49 points. I think that wins. So yeah, I think that's a little of a mistake, but it's easy. It's very difficult. I think Gorp is the play, certainly. Just having a look at this pool, getting it out the way. There's a nice one of the suggestions from the bot is unglazed. But yeah, I think Gorp is the play. It's the only thing that realistically, it's very good that it leaves 2 vowels, because it's very unlikely you pick a vowel out, essentially. If you do get the Q, you need that extra vowel, as I say. So yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Like then you have QUA here with a Q, which might be enough, isn't it? Obviously Umiak, as we know, because the Q blank was the pick, so both sides of that coin. Yeah, I think Umiak is the play there. And of course, it leaves unarm as well. So after that, you got unarm. Worst case scenario. I mean, a lot of the time, you're never going to use that word because you're going to get something clunky. You probably have something better, but yeah, the Gorp is definitely the play. And I think that would have won. It's interesting to see how. I think Ahad still plays Hyde, and it just plays out with Umiak, and then Rene isn't enough. Yeah, I think that's how it could. But obviously, you can't tell everything from one sequence. But I think you can say Gorp is a stronger player, realistically. But yeah, it was a fun game, wasn't it? I can imagine Ali, you'd be if it was a real life game, be going through his whole lunch break, kibitzing and everything else, analysing the end game, putting all the wrecks back on the table, and like 30 tiles scattered all over, trying to figure out this is the pool and what should play. Aye. A lot of fun. But yeah, I do think Gorp is the player, but it wasn't a big mistake. But in this situation, probably the difference between winning and losing. But that's Scrabble. You can make loads of mistakes and they don't cost you anything. You make a little one and it costs you a game. That's how it is. Tough game. Alright, let's play some bots while we wait. It's another 10 minutes before the next game. Oh wait, I have to fill in all the fixtures, don't I? God. I've got to prep my Google Documents score sheets, and don't mind me while I tap away. So yeah, 10 minutes before the next game. 10 minutes. I'm just going to tap in and put all the results in. Whoops. All the fixtures in for the next few rounds. And yeah, do let us know if there's anybody you haven't you want to watch, as always, or if there's any close endings, that kind of thing. I don't know which. I try and share the coverage around, but obviously you end up watching some people more than others, just how it pans out. But I try and cover everybody. I don't think I've watched much of Chris yet, or much of Hightower, so try and watch a bit of them after the break. Just filling in some more fixtures, and we'll be done soon. Right. People just coming back from the break. Be 3 minutes before the next game. Obviously, some people start a little bit early, but sometimes, but hereabouts. Right, looks like we're back with the first game. And swap the flag round. So UK on the right, Pakistan on the left, obviously. So it's the first game going with Packy Boy and B Violet. Looks like the games are getting going now. Everybody's back online. Well, since we haven't seen much of C Vickery backwards, we'll watch some of this. So I need to swap the flags back around again. So C Vickery on the left. I'm not going to try and say Urakthik every time, so we'll just go with Chris on Vickery. Vickery, whatever. Vickery and Ahad on the right. So, yeah, interesting rec for Ahad. It's fairly straightforward. I think just playing Yin here or Yaiti. Could be a toss up between the two. Yaiti or Yin, or even just changing YI. Could even go with something like Nightery, so there's a few options here actually. Didn't know Nightery actually meant nightclub, but there you go. So could also go tie-in as well, I guess. But yeah, it all seem pretty. They're all pretty much reasonably similar, I think. So let's swap over to round 6 now. Here we go. So, quick play of Vant back now. I had with Tricked, I think is good, but does it play? Yeah, looks like it does, yeah. A few places to play Tricked. Trick is a Scots word to make one's way wearily to, yeah. Yeah. If I was in Scotland, I'd be tricking about and all. So Tricked's going to play. I'm pretty sure our head's going to know that. It's a pretty high probability word. And there's a couple of places at least to play that. Avant plays as a word. So you're going to hook Vant with an A, or it's also underneath, which is probably a little bit better, I2. Tricked and Avant doesn't hit either double word score. Just nestles nicely in the middle. The other thing about Tricked is it takes an S as well. So if you play Tricked there, it takes an S here, which could be quite juicy. So having said that, it's also dangerous here as well. If you're leaving that there and your opponent comes down with an S bonus or something like that. Yeah, interesting. Bit of a dilemma, I guess, but I think this is probably a little bit better. But certainly, yeah, I'd expect I had to play one of the two. Yep, down it goes, and yeah, Vickery with not the greatest response with that rack. Wow, ugly rack. Can't do a lot with it. I think QI looks like a strong favourite at the moment. Not a lot else on offer. QI is definitely worth it. 35 points. Well, he's absolute rubbish, but totally worth doing that. 35 points is a reasonable score. And you never know, you might pick out 2 vowels or something. So, might rescue your Rex. Down goes QI. In Pakistan with I had with a little bit of a different dilemma with 4 E's on the rack. So yeah, not so good. Yeah, it could be tricky here. G's not the nicest either, but yeah, it's gonna be tricky to do much damage with this. Thanks for the follow, Cheyenne. So yeah, 4 E's is not pretty. Could be playing something like Eel and Tide, but it's not very inviting, is it? I mean, on this board, it's not too much of a penalty to have to kind of make a low-scoring move because there's not much on offer really. Yeah, once you use that, that's part of the reason to go there, I guess. AG, it's quite a nice move. You'd rather keep the L and the T than the G. G's a little bit ugly, particularly with these. So it kind of also takes out the main scoring threat, really. Most of the players. With this, as you can see, with Vickery's rack, there'll be plenty of players through that A with that rack. Yeah. So it took some of those away, but obviously it does give some back through the E's himself. So I think Vickery should be okay. You have to get rid of that F and that U. Would have liked an O for flounced, but such is life. Certainly get rid of that F easily enough. Something like flew to the right of the E, making F and L. These kind of things seem reasonable. Could go longer if you needed to, but flew looks pretty reasonable. I'd like to get rid of the F and the C, or CD's probably not the best combination. So it'd be nice to be able to get rid of a little bit more, but doesn't look too much on offer here. And the end goes for fecund. That's a nice word. And I think it's a challenge as well. was pretty fairly common for UK English speakers or people who read a little bit or a little bit of word knowledge. For if it's not your first, if English isn't your first language, or you're kind of younger and you don't sort of come across the word, then it's a little bit unusual. And also, you're not going to see it very often on Scrabble, as it's a 6-letter word. So it draws the challenge. 17 points lead still for Pakistan this one. Yeah, Fecund's nice. Leaving the EL as well. Fecund, it just means fruitful in like offspring or vegetation. Prolific, basically. Quick reply from Ahad with Delve. So extends the lead to 47. Vickery with... Yeah, still got another G. Come on, another Grace letters. It's a little bit awkward. The edge is good for scoring, but this board is pretty dead, really. It makes a nice play of Fawn, but it does open up a triple for a score, so could give some points back, but as we can see, it had not with a very nice rack, so going to be pretty restricted to what you can do in that bottom left corner. Love to be able to just play off TWP somewhere, but good old Scrabble favourite, but it doesn't look like it goes anywhere. So there's going to be a bit of a head scratcher here. You don't really want to play something like Pont or Want, not bottom left, but maybe force into it a little bit. That kind of play, given the situation. Should play 2 as well. Might score a little bit more. Yeah, it's a little bit more for 2. I think that might be the best player here available. It's pretty tricky situation. So yeah, down goes 2 for 30 points. Extends the lead to 53. Vickery not drawn too well. The WU combination is not pretty. But again, on this board, you're not going to fall too far behind while I kind of sort out this rubbishy rack. I guess Wive looks good. There's nothing too inviting here. Play Wive through the V perhaps. Yeah, down it goes. There wasn't really a lot to do there. And I had struggling 2, 35 points up though. Does have the S now. So that's a good pickup in some respects. And still has the double P that kept over from the last rack, but the S is going to help, certainly. Certainly makes the rack look a little bit better. Still kind of ugly rack though. You don't really want to play something like FA in the bottom left, but something like Aft or App look pretty good. App's going to cost slightly more, that double P. That looks pretty good for 35. Yeah, I think it's a little bit better than Aft. Probably more than the 2 points that splits the 2 moves up. So I think we'll see App go down in the bottom left corner, and that'll put Ahad up 70 points. Well, more than 70 points. 80 points even. No, it's 70 points. I can't add up. Thanks for the follow, Asma. Oh, interesting. Gone for Apt. Maybe I wasn't sure of App, but yeah, that's a definite mistake, certainly. You want to play App there every time. You're giving away 6 points. So I think maybe he just wasn't sure of App or just didn't see it. I think probably just didn't see it. It's one of those words. It's not... It's a little bit awkward to find, I guess, because it's the 2-piece. A little bit unnatural. As far as, like, you see a pattern of letters and so on. It's App with 2 P's looks a little bit unusual, I guess. So 64 the difference. Still struggle for Vickery. These racks are pretty horrible. Still got that U from last rack, but it's getting a little bit better. But without an S, you're not doing anything on this board, are you, really? You pretty much need a bonus, or you're doing nothing. And that certainly favours Ahad at the moment, with that 64 point lead. It's one of those wrecks. Do you just kind of go all out for a turnover and just chuck a load of tiles down? In the end, Vickery's gone for Gov, leaving Re-Oil, or Oiler. Reasonable rate. It could work out. It's one of those. It does create a little bit of a hotspot. That A in Vant, it was pretty much useless until Gov. Now it's much easier to play through with Fum. Something like Fum will be great for Ahad. Sorts all their problems out. Just need to get rid of an F basically, and one of the consonants. They're sorted pretty much. So I think we'll see something like Fum go down pretty quickly, and that's going to help out Ahad a little bit. Yeah, 24 points. It's one of those moves. It doesn't look like it's given much away, but it actually, in this particular situation, has really helped Ahad bounce their rack. They also could have gone longer. I think they had Phantom, which is a Latin word, a cape worn by the Pope. So Phantom would have played for a little bit more. With the F on the triple ladder, that might be worth considering as well. You even put an S on the end as well. Phantoms to really... An S will go here, and get an extra 8 points certainly could be worth it. There's no S's played yet, no blanks played yet. It's totally worth, I think, playing off, going for a bit more turnover than usual. 8 points, although the S is crucial to getting bonuses down, but yeah, I kind of like Phantoms just to kind of spread the score out. So Lubia from Vickery for 23. That does one of the jobs is saying about just playing off. You want to burn off a lot of tiles here, get everything open, and just there's a lot of goodies to come. All those S's to come, all those blanks, even the biggies, the Z and the X are there. The only bad one that's gone is the Q. So there's still a J there, but it's pretty good pool for drawing tiles, because most of the rubbishy stuff's gone already. There's no W's left, there's no V's left. Most of the horrible stuff, most of the G's are gone. Half the U's. So, yeah, most of the bad stuff's really gone, so you're quite happy to turn over tiles here. And even though, RO. Ooh. That's a 40, 2-letter 40, just by daft little mistakes you make. I don't know if it was a typo or they just didn't. The sort of mistake you see on ISC playing online. Silly little two mistakes. Oh dear. Well, that's a big mistake as well, because that was the X spot. That's a big swing. And all of a sudden, UK are 4 points behind. Yeah, from being a bonus behind to almost level. There's a big swing. Yeah, we all do it, but it's a bit of a killer when it happens. So there we go. So yeah, now it's 4 points in it now. Anybody's game, and Vickery kept the J back there. Did keep the U as well, but should be okay. I think they got like Dural and so on through the R. They got Job, just to dump off the J if needs be. There's a chance of getting. If they had another E here, they'd have J for 56. But they haven't got anything. I don't think they've got anything massive through the R, but they've got reasonable players with a J, just to kind of dump off the J here. So it's a very linear board in that everything's kind of focused in one spot. Oh, that's a nice play. Didn't see that. So Jaffa making Avant and Ag. That's a nice spot. Easy to overlook that. Forgot about the old Avant spot. So Jaffa is just another Aucklander. Figure out what the F is on your own time. So that's now a 19-point lead for the UK in this one, and pretty good rack for Ahad, but yeah. So Avant is one of those. Avant is van and everything else. It's one of those nice words that kind of extends all the time. So Avant now takes Savant, although it's not completely useless. There's also Avanti, which could be used, or it's probably not very likely. It's one of those words that just keeps getting extended eventually. To say, yeah, I mean, it's close to, it's very close to a bonus here, but without the E, it's not a guaranteed that you're going to pick something nice next turn. There's a nice slot in with Wyver. Adorn. We've already seen Wyver last game for lunch. And that's going to give leaving Sales. That's pretty strong. Be hoping to get out an E. Meanwhile, Vickery still with that. He's kind of ugly Rex. Not had much at all this game. We'd be worried about that last play. Does kind of indicate a strong rack leave. And there's not much Vickery can do here. Be looking at that R in Lubia in the bottom right. Lubia, by the way, let's have a look at what that means. Lubia. So Luby is clumsy or stupid. Okay, Rubbly. Didn't know that one. So Rubbly. Ruble, basically. That kind of word. Currency unit of Belarus. So it's a nice kind of dump. And to get rid of that rack, as I said, there wasn't really much on with it. And as I said, turnover tiles is a good idea, particularly when your rack is that bad and the pool is that good. So nothing with the hedge rack. Just dumped off one of the S's with Wyvers and Probs in that bottom right corner. Just dumped off the S here. In that spot. And yeah, that's one of the virtues of burning off tiles. When your rack's pretty mediocre and there's loads of good stuff to come. Now that Vickery has a little bit more to work with this rack. Not the greatest, but it's better than it was. At least to be able to score something with this one. We'll be obviously worried about that. Just dumping off an S for 21 points does indicate a very strong rack. But it does also kind of indicate that they don't have blanks as well. That generally means they have a good rack, but just a bit short of getting a bonus. If you had a blank, generally somebody who dumps off an S would have a bonus instead of just being able to dump off the S. You know what I mean? So there's a good play from Vickery. Blocked that S spot with Zaz, 39 points. So it puts him 28 up, and it blocks Idolist from going down from a had. That was a good read. Obviously, if your opponent just dumps off an S like that, they probably have another S. They probably have a good bonusy rack, but probably don't have a blank. Because if they have the blank, they probably have a bonus already, you know. So you kind of like, so this is kind of rack. I mean, you'd expect it to be a little bit better than actually what Ahad has, but so Ahad plays Bito, 10 points the difference, and Vickery has picked out the first of the blanks. Been a long time coming. And really, yeah, Ahad's playing a little bit of a catch-up now. On this board, it's pretty horrible for bonusing. And that could have been a little bit risky playing that, sure, but I think it's a nice play, certainly. Could have gone out to block that opening, but it's gone for score. A bit more extra score, made it a little bit more awkward. You're still worried about bonuses with the O, but it's plays through the T. IST, which will the kind of the threat. So Chair does take the O hook, and that's a good response from Ahad, but still 10 points behind. And now Vickery with both blanks. So this is an interesting one. Look at that unseen pull. Very vowel heavy, but still potential for vowels there. So yeah, what do you play? I mean, you're 10 points up. You don't really want to open anything, that's the thing. I mean, you just basically win as long as your opponent doesn't get a bonus, pretty much. And it goes for Polyglot, which is nice. Actually, I think that could lose the game. If your opponent has an L, a bonus under the L. I don't know how likely that was, but That might not actually be the best winning player, but I think it's going to win because look at that rack for a had. So a had needs a bonus with 3 E's on the 3 E's on the rack and an I and I. So I don't think it's going to happen. So it looks like Yuka's going to claw this one back. Good stuff from Vickery. Had absolutely nothing most of the game then. Got the 2 blanks at the end. Spotted the bonus. Again, I'm not sure if that was totally the right play or not. Trouble is I can't see anything. I'd have to find an alternative and I'm too slow. So I was trying to find plays through the Z. Said R that would end in Y or something. I'm not sure there was anything really there, so there's a little bit of a risk of bonus through the L, but it's pretty safe in the end. So it's going to be a win for the UK. We'll have a swap to one of the other games, see what's going on elsewhere. So we've not seen much of Hightower. Hightower is, yeah, this is pretty much over 110 difference. So I'm going to get rid of the flag. So yeah, that's pretty much game over 110. So we'll keep looking around. Ali's good for a late finish. He looks pretty bad as well for the UK. 62 difference. Still a bit of play left in that one. Let's have a look elsewhere. Mitsurugi. Got a bit of a lead here. 33 up. Still a blank to come though. So there's some still threats involved. Let's have a look at Faziak. I can't see much of that. Faziak losing could go either way. It's winnable. We'd play Shield or something like that. 38. We'll watch this one because we're near the finish, and it could, with a blank there, could go either way. So it could be a fun one to watch. So UK on the left and Pakistan on the right. 41 the difference. Some pretty clunky rack for Rockstar. Kind of tempted to just play something like Fenced and get it over with, but not sure that'd be right. They just block pretty much everything down the bottom, playing through the E, but there's still this A to bonus through. You're kind of thinking, if my opponent does bonus, it's going to be pretty low scoring. It's going to be like 60 odd through than A or something. So you'd rather just play 3 tiles off, and if they do get the bonus, you should be able to outrun. Thanks for the follow. Can't read that. Perner, I think. Thanks for the follows. We're getting loads of them coming through all of a sudden. Good old OBS. Thanks everybody for the follows and likes and everything else. Do share it around. Lots of games left to go. We're only in round 6. 10 rounds in total. So yeah, I kind of like, as I say, I like just playing 3 tiles because if your opponent does get a bonus, but through the I, through here, or through the A, even through the V, they're not going to score a lot. You're 41 up, you get like, play 20. You're 61 up, they get one that's only like 60 odd. With 1 in the bag, you should outrun them most of the time. Though having said that, with this clunky stuff, it's not guaranteed, is it really? But you give yourself a shot anyway. So it's pretty clunky enough that you can lose in that situation. So it's probably not as clear cut as I'm making it out, but yeah. So gone for wife, yeah, gone for score and leave 1 in the bag. Gone for a bit extra. Yeah, it's a bit better. Leaving it declunks some of the wreck as well, getting the W and the F out. So that's a good play, but it does leave these lanes for a bigger bonus to come down. But as you can see, Faziak doesn't look like got too much in that regard. So yeah, it'll just look like Pakistan going to edge this one. 73 the difference. How do you get a big bonus here with that lot? It's a good question. How do you even stay in the game? Just plays off K. And possibly has bonuses with that last rack. Can you have Epigean with all the vowels? Yes, you can have it. This Epigean does play through the E. E-P-I-G... E-P-I-G-A-E-A-N. Or something like that. I can't even spell it right. E-P-I-G-A-E-A-N. So it does play through here. Getting mixed up in my head. Doesn't play up here. So you think Rockstar's going to play through here anyway because it's a safe place to go. Just need to play anything pretty much through the E and you should win, essentially. I guess there's potential, no, maybe not. Not enough space to... I guess you could just about get something that makes JA through the T. You could do, but it doesn't look like anything is going to slot in, unfortunately. So that looks, yeah, it just looks like... It looks like once you play through there, depends. That should be enough. 85 the difference. So 77 to tie here. Doesn't look doable. I'm not sure if any bonuses actually play at the moment. Maybe you'd have to get something that makes a 8-letter word and parallels everything, and yeah. It doesn't look doable, so that looks like a win for Pakistan. We'll have a swap rounds. Looks pretty much done there. Looks another game for Pakistan. Let's have a look elsewhere. We haven't seen Year of Colin. This looks like a close one. So let's have a look at the unseen. So just a quick play of Colin from Yebo. So Colin is 1 point behind. Hesham with a WU combination. That's a good. WUGS. Doric does not take an S. It means rustic. Interesting. Interesting to see whether... yes, this is close game, certainly. So Wuz goes down from Hasham. Can Colin find a win? He needs... It's 22 the difference. He needs 18 to tie with ENT. Why is it... I'm not even doing anything and the ISC keeps on sending challenges. Like, what? It's just ISC being weird. But yeah, 18 points needed to tie here. Looks tricky. Is there anything through the IF? Looks tough. F's not going to be enough. Yeah, that's not going to do it. I could have scored more swapping the E's around, but that's not going to do it. So that looks like a win for Pakistan just in the end. 7 points. Let's have a look at that last game just to see if there were any wins for Colin there. On that last move. Nope. Nope, wasn't anything. So yeah, 16 just doesn't do it. Yeah. Well, that's a tough game. I don't know if there's any wins here for giving your opponent as WUS. I mean, they've got Yugs for 24, so... Tough call. Could play like Boats and have Ion to go out with. But I don't think that does enough either. Because of Yugs. Close game. Don't know if anybody sees any wins there. Alright, let's get back to... Whoops. Oh, for God's sake. Observe. Oh, that's around 7. That's also around 7. And so is that. Right. So it looks like all the games around 6 are in. Perhaps, except for maybe this one. So we'll watch the end of this. Ah, there we go. Ali tried something there. I don't know what it was. Let's have a look at that. As a lot of people know, Ali likes to try. Will try anything to try and win. So yeah, that's another win for Pakistan. Oh, rewarms. Oh, where'd that go? Oh wow. Oh, that's a beautiful play, isn't it? But it wasn't enough in the end. So alright, we're gonna get some results in. Let's have a look on the enhanced scoreboard. See if the results are in yet. So it looked like most of those results go to Pakistan as well. So yeah, that round went 7-3 again to Pakistan. So 37 to 23. Another 7-3 rounds. I'm not going to bother filling them all in. But yeah, 7-3 rounds. So yes, Pakistan running away with it a little bit. We shall swap over to round 7. So yeah, latest got 37 to 23. And we'll get back to watching some of the coverage around which Hightower, because I keep missing him. So Hightower on the left representing the UK, Pakistan on the right. So yeah, just have a look at the results. We'll read through the results since we didn't go through them all. So in that round, we had wins in the UK. So there's not many of them. For Mitsurugi, Natalie Z, and Vickery. All narrow wins in that round. All the games went down to less than 100 spread. So say Mitsurugi, Natalie Z, and Vickery won for UK, and Rockstar, Packy Boy, Hadi Khan, Soeb, Rowdy, Hadi, Daniel, and Hasham all won for Pakistan. So it was a 7-3 round in favour of Pakistan. Round 6, now in round 7. Hightower ahead. And Hightower in blue. It's got a bit of scoring to work with here. Whoops. For some reason the scoreboard disappeared. My bad. It disappeared again. Okay. Just give you that scoreboard back. Don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, there we go. I think it was just a glitch from my streaming program. Alright. All sorted. So yeah, quite a good scoring rack for Hightower. Doesn't look like you particularly, but certainly some scoring options here. To go on that triple, but it doesn't look like the Z's going to help in that regard. Yeah, the Y's a little bit awkward to hit by the looks of things. Yeah, it looks a bit tricky with these ladders. I mean, they're good scoring tiles, don't get me wrong, but it just looks a little bit awkward with just the Y. You don't want to play something like Miney particularly, but it'd be tempting to set up MZ, but play something like Zin. And yeah, good for that in the end. You may get some use out of some mileage out of the M later on. It's not automatic to hit because you need like an A or an O. So if you get an A or an O, then you're in good shape. But if you get like a P or some sort of MLE, MP, whatever, you can fit things in there certainly. So I think that was a good play, and does set himself up a little bit positionally. And down goes Yield for Ahad. It takes the lead up to 34. And Yield is a Scots word to entertain or delight with ale. As I said, Hightower, I did hit that bottom left corner with more. Does left 4 vowels though, but it's good 50 points, puts him back in the lead, 16 points up. Ahad with a better rack. Just the duplicates to worry about here. Having a good look for any bonuses, but doesn't look like we can see anything immediately. But you'd certainly have a good look. Make sure. Oh wait, there is one. Yeah. There's a good bonus here, yeah. So you always got to look for bonuses, and there is one. It's actually three floaters give you a bonus with this. An R, a B, and a D. So the easy one to miss, but down goes Nanadots, well spotted. And that gives Pakistan back in the lead now. 44 up to that 60-point play of Nanadots. And it has Hightower, pretty expected. Vowel heavy rack after that 4 vowel leave. Didn't really want another U, but got that R, so can manage some the old classic of EU or I or URI. There's certainly options here, but it's an ugly rack. Not going to score anything realistically. Louis looks okay through the L in Yold. Okay, going for EU or UAE. Everywhere. For 12. That sorts out the vowels as well. And gets rid of 2 U's, so that's a pretty nice play. But in the meantime, Ahad with Pakistan 32 up and has picked out the blank. So I think we're going to see another bonus go down here. Network. Looks pretty inviting. I don't think there's anything much else likely to be happening with this rack, but Network stands out a mile with that one. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much else. Yep, I think Network's going to go down pretty quick, and there it goes. 85-point play for Pakistan. That stretched the lead out now to 117. Big lead already. And not a reasonable rack for Hightower. In the meantime, looks pretty good. Could potentially for bonuses. Just that V, maybe a little bit awkward. But very good rack. Certainly, yeah. Looks promising for bonuses, but it doesn't look like anything goes. It's one of those where you kind of have to play off. Try and keep as much as you can, but it's going to be difficult to score without breaking up that rack significantly. The V doesn't really lend itself to those little 2-letter dumps. You kind of end up having to play 3 or 4 tiles every time to get rid of a V. So yeah, I think I'd see something like Vane or VA, a D1. I think it looks reasonable. Don't think you can really score enough to be worthwhile to play something like Vet. I don't think it's quite worth it. I think you should take the points realistically, but yeah, I mean, it's 26. It's quite a lot more than anything else. Having said that, Vet does look pretty strong. That rack leave is nice, but you're going to run out of floaters. Consonant floaters that you need. The ends aren't much use to you, realistically. So I kind of like playing off more tiles here. You could do something like this, but to open up but it's just likely to give away points. But it doesn't seem too bad either, to be honest. I can live with that, or even naive up here. But why would you do that when you can score 26, another 6 points, 8 points even for VA? So interesting one. Yeah, I do think I like prefer VA. or via. I don't know how you pronounce it. Don't know how you pronounce anything. I'm a Scrabble player. I don't do definitions or pronunciations. I just do strings of letters. That's it. Yep, via. That'll be my play. You also kind of want to. It's not a bad thing to burn tiles, really. I mean, there's 3 S's to come. You're probably going to need an S pretty soon to win, I think. So if your opponent gets the S, if Adhad gets the S and scores 40, 50, 60 points, it's running away very quickly. You want to at least force them to do something underneath to kind of block that. But I like opening that triple as well, to be honest. Actually, I think that's actually definitely a positive from Hightower's perspective. I mean, this is pretty much dead around here. It's gone for Via, leaving A&E. Let's have a look at the unseen tile. I don't think yeah, I prefer VA with an A. With an A, I think. There's loads of A's to come as well. I think I'd swap the A for the R there. But we'll see. Might work out, might not. Let's have a look. Meantime, Ahad managed to dodge all those S's and blanks and it's pretty ugly rack now. And it's pretty difficult to use that network space as well. Can't really do anything there. Probably the V is looking more inviting with that rack, something like Vorgi or Orgive. Vorgi, a little bit more defensive, so I'd probably opt for that, but no, he's gone for Orgive. And yeah, well done. There's a good straight way bonus goes down, and Hightower's back in the game. UK back in it. 24 with the on-beats for 94 points. So it's anybody's game again. Still a big favourite Pakistan, but yeah, not the great follow-up pick-up for Ahad getting the Q. Does it go anywhere? I've got Chin, certainly. QIN for 22, looks good. Leaving Miser. Well, that looks pretty inviting, look pretty good. Having a look around, I don't see a great deal else. It also kind of obscures that 7-letter bonus line in column 14. If you play QIN there, it pretty much takes it out. It might work against you, having such a nice rack leave, but yeah, that looks pretty strong. It's not totally dead because EU Evervares. Evervare does take an S. So you can put an S on the end of that. So that's still open. And you've still got potential through here. Or onto the T even. So it's still open. You've got even. These lines aren't totally dead. They're awkward, but okay, it's gone in the end for QI and I didn't see that spot. Yeah, QI for a little bit more points. That makes sense. Could have played the S there. I think I'd have probably played the S there. You're getting another 17 points there. I think I'd have played that, certainly. Is an S worth 17 points? I don't think so. I think you have to play it. Even with that very nice bonus leave, I think I played QIS in that spot. Anyway, Hightower has picked out a blank, but yeah, not so much. It's one of those wrecks. You got a blank, and yet you're probably not even a bonus next turn either. It's that bad. So in the end, just changes 5, and that's pretty much the only way you're going to bonus next turn is if you change. So it makes sense. There's ugly rack. It'd be interesting to see what Hightower kept there. So yeah, 49 the difference. Pakistan working the way ahead here. Pretty good rack. But I'm not sure if there's any bonuses here. Got 2 eyes, maybe messing it up a little bit. It's gone very vowel heavy rack, considering the bag's gone consonant heavy. As you can see, Hightower just had all the consonants, so there could be some interesting wrecks later on. All this grot being left in the bag. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's any bonuses here. Certainly looks promising, but Doesn't look like anything goes. Interesting. It's one of those where I think you just play off MI almost. Yeah. I think you want to play more tiles off there because there's too much stuff here. It's getting to a point where there's too much bad stuff to worry about. Interesting. Hightower kept the X there in the change. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, there's a good spot for the X. It's XED. It's a little bit hidden. But, I mean, there's Pox as well. I think Pox is looking good, and down it goes. And it looks like now we've pretty much going to give you almost curtains here, because I had 42 up and has lots of bonuses to go down here. Airside, Diaries, Dairies, Diarize. I think we're going to see one of those go down pretty quickly. So that's going to give him a pretty big lead, nearly 120 points once that goes down. Very, very hard for Hightower to come back after that. Yes, I suspect Diaries. I mean, you could play with the EU or UAE. You could use that as well, Airside. But I don't see any reason not to play it down here. It's a very versatile opening. This is more awkward. But it's definitely not totally over, because you could definitely get 2 bingos or 2 bonuses on this board. It's spread out enough that you can't really cover all the bases. So yeah, it could be interesting to see if Hightower is a bonus, which you'd think they would, given what they've played off. So we've had a result in from round 7, and that's Ahmedam beat Fasting 496 to 386, 110. So that's a win for Pakistan. So I'll get that called in. So that makes it 38 to 23. So it extends the lead for Pakistan 15 games ahead. Pretty amazing stuff. So Ian goes for Dairies. And you don't want the J, do you? Hightower picked out the J. Yeah, it's going to be tough. And down goes Taj, but you need the bonus there, realistically. Let's see if there's anything. No, the only option was Jaggiest, if there was an E or a G to work with, but there weren't, so frustrating. But still a sniff of a chance here. Probably not, though, now with this rack for Ahad. Pretty good rack after a bonus to get something like this. Don't ISC give over with challenging people. I think I might reconnect just to stop that stupid challenge going through automatically. Anyway, so let's say a nice wreck for Ahad after that bonus. 4 goes down, 32. That should pretty much seal it. 105 up. Yeah. Even if Hightower bonuses, it's not going to be enough here. And it's pretty difficult to bonus with this lot. It still players can dump, but it looks like a win for Pakistan. Another win. Running away with this match. Let's have a look elsewhere. So yeah, I'm 85 the difference. Well, how do you catch up? From Ahad's perspective, you just need to play onto the T. So I get another result in, and it's another win for Pakistan. Dear me, Paggy Boy beating Natalie Z 511 to 352, 159 spread. Yep, UK getting a bit of a drubbing here. It makes it 39 to 23. And another round in favour of Pakistan so far. So yeah, it's a little bit harder than it looks, because I can't see a... If you have a play A Cantlet. Yeah, Cantlet I think is good. Yeah, Cantlet wins. That's as soon as you see Cantlet, that's the play easily. You're trying to find a word, or Lancet, I guess, as well. You're just trying to play like a 6-letter word into the triple. Then they can't. Then Hightower can't score anything big. You pretty much win. So you'll outrun any bonus with Cantlet or Lancet. So Cantlet goes down. 115. Hightower needs 105 to win. Not going to happen. So, yep, it's another win for Pakistan. And they're running away with this game. They'll be match point soon for round 8, you suspect. Let's have a look elsewhere. We'll close down some of these flags. So elsewhere, got Ali. Not looking good there either. It looks like a 9-timer for. Yep, Tracings was 94, double, and then Indurate, a triple for 131, and then Runex and then Colour straight after it for Asham. So that looks, another convincing win for Pakistan. Elsewhere, Mitsurugi losing 58 points down and not a good rack. So yeah, this is not looking good. Elsewhere, Colin winning that one by 29. But Sohaib to play and does have the blank. We'll watch this because this looks pretty interesting. So Pakistan on the left. Sohaib to play. We've got some more results going in. 40-24 the latest score. So elsewhere, Hadi Khan beat Vickery 606 to 432. The big score. So we'll fill that in. Get some blowouts today. And elsewhere, we had a result in favour of the UK for a change. Aphasiac beating Rowdy 516 to 364. So yeah, getting a bit of a drub in the UK. So it's 24-40, brings us up to date. And, so yeah, this should be an interesting one. Let's see. Doesn't look like there's any bonuses immediately with Sohaib's rack, but let's have a look at the unseen. All those G's not so good, but you think of that tidy at C10, that T there, it's very inviting for bonuses. So you figure it's going to be fairly difficult to block that as well. At least it is scoring in the process too. So, although now that with the QI, QI might be worth playing there, just to kind of kill it. It's a difficult one. It's going to be difficult for Colin here. 13 points up. The Q is not a good tile. There's just the one U to come, and there's not really any good spot for the Q. So just playing QI looks good. I mean, you could play Kex for a lot more points, but with OK available now, I don't think that's a good idea. I think QI looks pretty good. And you've also got Kex there next turn. Why does... Oh yeah, I was going to... Let me just reconnect. So it stops doing these stupid challenges. Right. Don't know why it's doing that. So in the end, Colin played the X off, kept the Q. Could regret doing that because it looks like we're going to see a bonus going down. Yeah, Vogiest would play. Just mentioned Vogie the other day. So it plays Vogiest. It does create a Q spot, so I think we might see. Well, it's a K spot as well, but let's have a look at bring the unseen tiles up. So Vogiest goes down for 70. It's only 21 points difference, so Colin's going to be ahead here if he just plays the Q off. It's pretty much anybody's game. Got another result in. Another win for Pakistan. 41 to 21. 41 to 24. Just seeing what the result was. Hightower lost to Ahad. 490 to 358. So that's the result that went through. 24 to 41. So down goes Q. I, as expected. This is pretty much anybody's game. A little bit consonant heavy, but as we saw, Colin kept two vowels there, so not doing too badly. Not many in the bag by the looks of things. And so I played fun. 27 leaves are in the bag. Interesting situation. So what does Colin do here? It's another situation. Do you stick or twist? Do you go for something like inked, irked, kendo, any of those kind of things? Or do you kind of hold on and just play off a couple of tiles or one tile? Interesting, isn't it? If you just play off the K for a lot of points, it's quite a difficult one to balance, isn't it? Work out which is the best play, because you've got bonuses potentially through here. I mean, playing just Jack seems a little bit too suicidal. So it's gone for inked. I think irked is better because there's no ends to come. Yeah, if you played irked, I think you'd probably be winning now. Should have played irked. Yeah, this is a mistake that when you've got the choice between irked or inked, and there's another R to come, but there's no ends to come, you pick irked, because then you don't end up with a duplicate. And I think that's basically it could cost the game for Colin, but I saw him right down on time. 9 seconds left. Played Maliak. Does Colin have a word? Can he go out here with a... Doesn't look like it. Yeah, if he'd played irked, he'd certainly have a win here. Just play Stinger or integer through the E in irked. It'd just be... made life so much easier, but it's going to be difficult to win now. I think that could be the key difference. Just that simple thing of playing inked instead of irked could be the difference between winning and losing here. Sohib can easily go out with AG, and you think he'd be able to score enough, so yeah, it looks good. It looks good for Pakistan here. It's like another win, another one closer, and another result in another game for Pakistan. Moyes beating Bob Violet, or B Violet, 403 to 372, so close one. Yeah, they're going to be drubbing here, the UK team. So yeah, very much going to be match point next round. Pakistan, yeah, just one good round and they've won, basically. And the UK needs 3 amazing rounds to win, so yeah, it's going to ended up being a little bit of a blowout. It's surprising. It was pretty close after round 4, after the UK had their 8-2 round. But yeah, it's gone bad. It's gone south really quickly for the UK team. Followed by 7-3, another 7-3, and this one 5-1. So Pakistan dominating really, apart from that one round where UK won 8-2. It's one-way traffic, and yeah, I can't see a win for Colin here. Can't see anything else. Just say inked instead of irked. It just comes down to that, ultimately. It was a good play from Sohaib of Maliak. In that kind of under time pressure to get that out. It was a good effort. Easy to kind of go over on time, or not see play something suboptimal. That's a good spot. The other reason to play irked was, of course, the all the G's around. Got the ING combination. There's another factor. Yeah. It's little things in Scrabble can make all the difference sometimes. Yep, I don't see a win at all. In fact, even if Sohaib had gone over on time, I think it'd probably still win. Yeah, I don't see any good players here. This is the way it is. And you've got Oft to hook in the top left, the OF, under these Vogius, but you can't really do anything with that. Let's see, just playing off AG is going to be enough for Sohaib. Got Ag in the bottom left, he's got Jaga. Yeah, there's nowhere to go and just dumps off GI. I didn't see any wins there. The mistake was the previous move with Inked. So, yeah, Pakistan takes that one as well. So, one step closer to victory for Pakistan. 43-24. And this round is even more dominant. 1-6. And have we got another result in? Oh, yes, we have. Another win for Pakistan. Just trying to track where it is. Eli, yeah. Eli getting pulverised by Hasham. 6-2-2 to 4-4-6. It's a big scoring game. So that makes it 44-24. Wow. There's only 2 games in a round left. Mitsurugi, is that game still going on? Yeah, Mitsurugi's getting trounced as well. 4-6-6 to 33-2-6. The other game is Andrew. They haven't got in yet. Is that game finished? No, it's still going. So yeah, this is pretty dominant for Pakistan. Make it 45. Dear me. UK getting a bit of a drubbing here. So Andrew losing as well. Wow, this looks like it'd be in a 9-1 round. This absolute demolition job from Pakistan. Let's have a look. See, Andrew to play. He's 75 down. And Bag is pretty ugly, but trouble is once those kind of 7 lanes along here, once those go, where do you get a bonus? So you kind of need to open something else up, but I think you almost have to play ice there. I think you play ice, hope to get a with a W. It doesn't look, it's not great, but you've got the 7s here, and you've got bonuses ending in E or through the E. I think that was the only shot playing ice. I mean, yeah, keeping the W is horrible, but I think that was the only way of winning, realistically. Like, how do you win now? Once your opponent plays here? You know. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be dead after this move from Rockstar. Hey me, what a drubbing, huh? 3 rounds to go after this one. And it looks like it's going to be 46-24. Wow. So the UK would need to win 26 games out of 30. Which takes a hell of a lot of doing, I can tell you that. So yeah, very much match point coming into the next round. Whatever happens, as I say, looking like 46-24. I mean, that's Pakistan almost doubled the UK score, which is incredible, really. These matches, we've had a few of them on our stream, on Evil Budgie, and most of them tend to go to the last round at least, or you know, Vast majority have gone down to the last round, so this is it's been a bit of a pummeling, the UK. So Wig goes down. It blocks Ramilly for Andrew. As I say, I think Ice playing through the sea was the only realistic way of winning. Unless your opponent makes a huge mistake. You've got nowhere else to bonus. If you play Ice, then you have that line, and Wit wouldn't be there, so you'd have bonuses through here. And you can't block both. Your opponent probably plays up here. Although I haven't said that, they might block this, depending on what the threat is, but I mean, it was unlikely to work out anyway. If you take out the E, it's not a good, and put a W in there, it's not very likely to get a bonus, are you? But it seemed like the only feasible way of winning to me. So, is there any Ramilly with a G? Any 8-letter words that could go? I don't think so. Remedial doesn't quite fit. Remedial. DME. So that results through the other game. Daniel beating Mitsurugi 503 to 372. So another win for Pakistan confirmed. 24 to 45. And yeah, this is a pummeling. Almost feel like coming back to Scrabble and showing them all that was done, but I don't think I'm that desperate. Oh dear. Takes me back to the bad old days of UK Scrabble. I remember first ever tournament, World Championship in 2009. I had the highest European, I think I was 9th. Highest European player at all. And I was only in 9th. So. Oh dear me. And I was like, I remember watching the previous World Championships and like just getting somebody in the top 10 was like an achievement, you know what I mean? For UK. And then we had our little run of where we were dominating the top 10s and had a lot of the best players in the world. We were always in the knockouts and everything else and won a few couple and all that rest of thing, all that kind of thing. But yeah, it's going downhill for UK. Nearly as bad as Nigeria. Hopefully there's none of them watch. Ah dear. You gotta take it with good humour. We're getting pummeled. So there it is. Just waiting for last rights on this one. The coffin's all ready and the hole's been dug. The gravestone's been chiselled. We're just waiting for it all to fall into place now. Rockstar, taking a little bit of time. Got plenty of options with that B to score something reasonable. Goes for build in the end. 27 points. 67 the difference. So just the 63 needed for a tie here. Don't think you're going to do it with air. So yeah, another one going to come through. 46 to 24 it will be. And very much at match point. Pakistan's needing a 5 all round. Next up to clinch victory. 50.5 the winning margin, or 51 through no ties. Dear me. Andrew maybe trying to ponder his best winning chances. Best equity play. Might be just to play off one and hope Pakistan gets struck by a meteorite or something. There it goes, 468 to 413. And there is another win for Pakistan. 9-1 round. And they take it 46 to 24 going into round 8. 30 games to go, and Pakistan only need 5 to clinch victory. And well done, Pakistan. They're really dominating this, but still need 5 more for victory. But with 30 games to go, you think it's all but a formality at this stage. So that game is in. Individual standings, 2 players from Pakistan on 6 and 1, Rockstar and Hasham. And the next, all the players on 5 and 2, also Pakistan, Moiz Ahad, Hahadi, and Ahmedam. And the first UK player back at 8th place. Sad stuff, really, from UK perspective, but great stuff for Pakistan. So let's have a look. We'll try and see who's playing who next. Watch one of the top players from Pakistan with Bob Violet. We'll do some flag swapping. So Pakistan on the left, UK on the right. Already a good start for Pakistan in this one. Talane's going down, but Violet there sticking with the gear pierced on his rack. Probably got a few other things as well, so I should get a bonus straight back. But yeah, 9-1 round, incredible. And do we want to get a result in for round 8? It looks like we have. And guess what? It's another win for Pakistan. So I'll just update you to round 8. So yeah, another result for Pakistan. So that's a win for Rowdy Hadi, beating Ahmed Khan, or Fasting rather. Rowdy beating Fasting 492 to 416. So 24 to 47. Pakistan 1 step closer to victory. Yep, UK being pummeled. Down goes gear pierced as expected. Final from Hasham, 27 points. Quick reply. 40 points of difference. Violet with the J. Should be able to score reasonably well without Jot in a couple of places. Well, 3 places really. Jot looks pretty much of a standout here. Could go actually play Jotter in that A13 spot. I think it's probably worth doing that. Getting a fair bit extra for that. Over, say, just Jot. So Jot would be 32, but Jotter is another 15 points. The rack leaves a lot, not nowhere near as good, but 15 extra points, definitely worth it. Definitely compensates. It's oh dear. So goes clears Jot, and that K4 spot. Yeah, Jotter is a lot better. Even Jot in the top right is better. Just because it just scores a little bit more. Another 4 points. And that just gives away easy points, because chances are your opponent has an O or an A. As you can see, Hasham has that. So you'd think that's going to give away some easy points here for Hasham, with an otherwise pretty ugly rack. Something like Koi, for instance, and Koi also sets up the H quite nicely. Assuming you need to get it, obviously need a vowel, but Koi looks pretty good. You're a little bit worried. I guess you could play something like Cod instead, but then Cod takes the E, so it does set up Thigh, but it's a little bit aggressive. So I guess Koi, even though you don't really want to play your Y, because it's kind of an insurance against 3 consonants, but I think Koi looks good. We'll keep an eye out for any more results coming through. Going for Die in the end. Let's see, I do like Koi to set up the H, but Die's pretty good. 39 points. Puts Pakistan 51 points ahead in this one. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants me back though when it comes to Scrabble. I'm not wanted. What can I say? 51 points of difference. UK getting a hammering. not as much as a defeat as it's a kind of a hammering. Still, we got the cricket later on. We can get our own back then. Although typically the cricket team pretty much always loses to Pakistan, so we'll probably get stuffed then as well. But never mind. We'll find something we're good at eventually. The UK lockdowns. We're good at lockdowns. So 51 the difference, and yeah, 5 vowels. Not so good. It was pretty unlucky picking out 3 vowels to that after that jot plate, leaving rate and picking A or U. Pretty unlucky, but kind of deserved it for not playing jotter, really. Even if you're going to play jot, you could put an A on the end, actually. I think you'd put an A on the end, to be honest, if you're going to play it there. But I guess I wanted to keep the A for underneath, but it's pretty much always disappears, that spot. It's like the odds of your opponent not having... It's like they're going to play under there probably 2/3, maybe more. So you're upgrading their play quite significantly. Most of those occasions. So this is not worth it. Anyway, Violet plays off the vowels. Still keeping that OU a little bit ugly, but not much you could do with that one. Hasham. Yeah, that was the trouble with... I mean, that's the other thing with... If you play Koi, your opponent can't go underneath there. So you're kind of keeping it for yourself with the H, but wouldn't really make much difference with this. Could have played SH, but it would have been kamikaze stuff. A little bit of a tricky rack now, but something like lofts, I guess, or coft. I don't think you can. I think coft means to buy or bought from cough, so I don't think coft takes an S. No, I don't think so. Anyway, just gone for Vict. That's pretty reasonable. There's quite a few dumps there, vowel dumps available. It seems as reasonable as any. It wasn't worth. It certainly wouldn't change there because they were pretty good rack leaves actually. Even though it's like 4 consonants, they're pretty decent. They're not much better. If you change, you're keeping like SH or STH. You know, these kind of things. So the changing would have been much better in terms of rack leave. And obviously, you're scoring zilch compared to 11 or coughed, I think would have been 18. So yeah, it's definitely worth playing there. So 42 the difference, and Violet got rid of that E, so it's a little bit ugly rack now. Kind of degenerated a little bit after that bad pickup last time. Needs to score a little bit here and get... It's not one of those racks where you want to really keep lots of tiles here. And we get another result in. Packy Boy hammering High Tower 507 to 282. So that makes it 48 to 24. So yeah, that's another good result for Pakistan. And turning that scoreboard green once more. So well, it plays off Troop. Leaves a reasonable rat leave, but doesn't score a great deal. But also not a word. Troop is double O, or Troop with a U needs to be an E on the end. So yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. So down that goes. And we got a result in, and it's for UK. Yay! UK win 1. So Vickery beating Ahmedin 487 to 453, high scoring game. So colour that in. Rare bit of blue on this scoreboard. So yeah, Pakistan still very much at match point. We'll try and have a float around because I want to get the winning game as much as we can. So we'll have a float around to see how the games are going. Just see who can get their winning victory in this round. So Ali's winning there. Mitsurugi. So UK win both of those. Andrew. Hadi's winning marginally. It's a pretty even game. So, So UK doing well, not on that one. Bit of an edge for Pakistan in that one. But it doesn't look like any of the games are particularly close to finishing yet. Colin winning that one. So, Natalie Z winning that one quite well. So, carrying with Bob Violet and Hasham. So looks like it's possible it could go at the next round. UK could just about hold off the victory until round 9 at least. Looking at some of those results going on elsewhere, could drag it out another game, another round, and again could not as well. So yeah, we'll try and keep. We'll try once we get near to that. Once we're at 50 to 25 or 50, whatever, we'll try and find a game that would clinch it for Pakistan. We like to find the winning play, even though it's obviously it's kind of the cherry on the cake, really. But we like to try and find the winning play, the winning moment that clinches victory. So Leary from Hasham, Bob, Violet. I've got the wrong one. That one. Rack flags right. So yeah, not a bad rack actually. The B's not great, but got a bit of scoring potential here. What do you do with that? It's not great spots for the Z, but it's reasonable. Blaze goes down for 36, decent score. 33 behind, and Hashim has the S here. Still has the S, and has the 2 A's for our Blaze. That could be potential play here. Something like Carver, for instance. Carver and a Blaze. Potential. Is anything much better than that? Like anything could hit. I get nice play of Iraq. That would be fun. It scored pretty well. It's not really much of a hotspot. I mean, it might play like OY or something, but it's not that big a deal. And that's a non-factor really. So I like Iraq. That would be a nice play, I think. And for Lava, same difference, but it's a little bit more open. So they just keep the K for scoring, but it's a little bit more open. Makes it a little bit more likely a bonus. I mean, I could have given away like training, but it doesn't quite fit. But that was the risk of that. There's more chance of giving away a bonus. It just doesn't. Oh no. I'm trying to see if trining does fit, but it doesn't. Yeah, OT, classic Scrabble, non-word. Yeah, trining doesn't quite fit. So the case of anything else there doesn't look like it. You need vowels with this one basically, or a P or an S. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's any bonuses play. So still live though for UK hopes in this one. There's tinting in the end. I don't really agree with that. I don't think there's a time to really burn tiles. Tinting does take an S. Violet's maybe thinking need to draw an S here or a blank, and maybe sort of player from a younger player from Pakistan isn't as hot on whether a word like tinting will take an S or not, because it's not sort of common word at that sort of age. I don't know. Or maybe Bob just thinks he knows it takes Ness, and his opponent might be unsure, so I don't know. But I don't really like that. It kind of blocks a lot of the space you want to use for bonusing, so that space was going to sit there. And also, why don't you just put an ing on evict? That was the play. That was the play, definitely. Just put an ing on evict. Evicting. Leave Trin. And you've still got ing. You play ing there, and you've got ing here as well. Next move, so yeah. Don't like tinting at all. Even as a general, like, even notwithstanding that, it just did everything wrong really for me. But 195 the difference now, and it's a long way back for Bob here, for Violet. Gonna have a decent score on that triple after the core play from Hasham. Pretty aggressive, but it does obscure the Tinting's bonus possibility, which is obviously a threat from Hasham's perspective. Or Hasham did have the S themselves, so they could have played Tintings, but maybe they're worried about, weren't sure whether it took an S or not, and didn't want to gamble, so didn't want to lose a turn just in case. So down goes Dame again. I don't really like that. Could play MEU there, making an ur, and that scores nearly as much. 29, I think. And it's much better leave. So it's a 62-point game for Pakistan here. Pretty good follow-up rec for Hasham. Just that Y that's been a little bit of a pain. Just kind of preventing the bonus. Certainly looking at places to play YE here. That's the natural thing to do. Dump off YE. And see how it goes. It's kind of tempting to do that as well. To score more, obviously. Hasham does have the last one. Well, there was a pretty aggressive play, actually. Because that could definitely go wrong. Because that could definitely give away a 100-point bonus. If your opponent has his S bonus here, all of a sudden the game is live again. I think that was a little bit too aggressive. Because pretty much any S bonus is going to score nearly 100. Even if it's all 1 pointers, it scores like 90 or something. So you're giving your opponent every chance to get a bonus. And they might not even have the blank and they get an S bonus. Then they got the blank and they're a level and you're dead. Pretty much. So I don't agree with that. I think that's too aggressive. I think you just play YE. Almost. It's pretty, YE up here. It's not very fancy, but even do it here or whatever. But it takes out the bonus lanes up here as well to a degree. You can still bonus through the L if you play a YE here, but I'll just play DEY up here as well. That's another option. It's like you still score 28. But that was super aggressive and could have easily gone wrong. I think it was a bit of a naive play, but it's not going to be, as we saw, Violet didn't have good letters, so it's going to get away with it. But I think that was a little bit of a naive play. But it's going to be fine. 70 points up and still a good rack. And a great play. Got the EH to potentially do something here with the HM spot. I can't see anything too fantastic at the moment, just like Hag and things like that, but yeah. Need an R and O for eviction. That'll be a possibility, but I think you'd just be, honestly, you play Shenai or something down here. Don't want to mess about. Don't want to leave this open for your opponent to hit. You just, yeah. It's good. It's good. It's a good thing in the sense that you're leaving great racks all the time, but it's not like it's a naive play. It's not a kind of top level, a really top level world championship player would give your opponent no chance. Like, they would not give you a shot at getting a 100-point play when you're down 95. They just wouldn't give you a shot at it. They would just shut that down. And they could play a Shenai or a Shine or whatever. Shine, Shenai. Shenai scores plenty here. And you're like 110 up or something. And you leave 7 in the bag. It's pretty much GG at that point. I mean, there's a slight chance your opponent bonuses and has bonuses in multiple places, but I doubt it. It's pretty much Shenai just wins you 100% almost every time. So it's not going to matter though, because down goes Keg, but Hasham has picked out the blank. And it still has that S. But as I say, there's definitely some naive move there. It's not going to cost you. Most of the time, it's never. Most of the time, it's going to be great. You won't. It's like that one time in 10 where your opponent hits you with something huge. You're like, oh, why did I do that? And we've all had that experience. Most of us been playing long enough. We've had that. Oh God! Like you're just kind of feeling happy with the world, and then all of a sudden, bang! There goes 100-point lead disappears, and you're like, oh, game on again. It's not a good feeling. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit different now because Hasham pretty much has the blank, has the S. There's still a little bit of risk doing what they did, but they pretty much can't lose now because the letters are so good. But they're gonna get, even if the 100-point bonus comes down, they're gonna get something here or whatever, and they'll outrun it. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was arrogant players. I just think it's a little bit naive. You want to be making sure of these games. Don't give your opponent a shot. Just be remorseless. And we've got another result in, and Ahad beats Mitsurugi 4-6-1 4-4. So another win for Pakistan, 49 to 25. 49 to 25. So one step closer for Pakistan. And we'll keep an eye out other results. This could be the winning game here. We've got another result in, and yep, Pakistan win that one. Hadi Khan beaten Andrew 5-11 to 440. And that makes it 50 to 25. So this could be the winning game, or it could be one of the others. We'll keep an eye out. But yeah, Pakistan now on match point. Any win will clinch the victory against the UK. It's been a bit of a pummeling, I have to say. And Hasham has Sawborn here, I think, with Joyce for a lot of points. Just goes with 1 in the end, but I'm pretty sure Sawborn is good. Oh, no, it's not. Oh well, my bad. What am I thinking of? Yeah, that should be it. It's a pretty reasonable word, but apparently not. So there wasn't anything there, my bad. 1 goes down. And, wow, they're just playing snare. There was nowhere to win there. So, trying to block the bonuses for Hasham. So, yeah, this is going to be it. It's going to be the winning game for Pakistan. Clinch the victory between Pakistan and UK. What am I thinking of with that? Saw words. Oh, that's why, because you can have sawbones, but not sawbone. That's what it is. Cool. And there it is. There's the win confirmed. Hasham wins it 4-4-5 to 3-3-9. And that wraps it up for the Pakistan team. UK had won another game just in between, but it's now 51 to 26. Congratulations to Pakistan. They've won the match with 2 rounds to spare. Gibsonized with 2 rounds to spare, because they're still going to play everybody else around Robbie. But well done to Pakistan. Absolutely trounced the UK team. UK team, yeah. You do better than that, I'm afraid. You got pummeled. So there it is. Well done you once again to Pakistan. And also fitting that Hasham clinched it, because he's now leading the individual standings on 7-1. Brilliant record. 7-1 plus 627. Rockstar still playing it on 6-1. Could have a take, but well, that's fitting, I think. Good way to clinch it. So we'll get the results in, but well done to Pakistan. So we got a couple of results in elsewhere. We're now at 51 to 29 is the latest. So we got a few more wins for Pakistan, UK. So it was a 5-5 round in the end, but it's all Pakistan needed to win. Hasham winning it for Pakistan. That clinched it. 2 rounds to spare. So now just a bit of pride left for UK to play for. We're going to fill in all the rest. All the other games are wins for UK. Let me just fill those in without Windows doing weird things to my Windows. I do hate it when it flips all the scores all over the other windows and resizes and everything. Right, here we go. Whoops, wrong colour. So here we go. Here we go, a bit of blue for a change. But a 5 all round, and that was all Pakistan needed. There it is. Thanks, Heather. Yeah. Well, I'd like a bit of longer game, but so here it goes. Well done again, once again to Pakistan. We'll carry on and watch the last 2 games. Going to be depressing, isn't it? UK are getting hammered. 51 to 29. Just nearly as bad as Nigeria. There's a grudge match between UK and Nigeria coming soon. And then we've got the Virtual World Cup coming up very soon. So that'll be a lot of fun. I think that's just top 5. 5-player team, so that'll be a lot of fun. I'll be trying to commentate as much of that as well. Hopefully as much as I can. Obviously there'll be other people streaming it as well, no doubt. But I'll try and cover as much as I can. Anyway, we'll move on to some more games in round 9 now. Who have we not seen much of? Have a look. Don't seem to see much of Hightower. So usually when I go to watch him, he's 120 behind. But no, it's we'll watch some of this. So UK on the left is a close game. It's what we like. Against Hadi Khan. A bit more Hadi Khan. Hadi's in 4th place on 6-2. So pretty good standard there. So I'll swap over to a little bit of round 9. Hey, dear me. There it is, on to round 9 now. Whoops, didn't mean to. My bad. Yep. So there we are. Right, we're back live, and Lacerant. Nice. So Quinn from Addy. Hightower was sitting there with a blank. I don't remember if I think Outfind is good. Like, it's one of those I get mixed up with where it's Outfind or Find Out, but I think Outfind is good from memory. Yeah, Outfind. Yeah, Outfind would have gone, but foot's not too bad, but it is a miss. And yeah, Hadi hit straight back with On Time one time, and now 96 the difference. Hightower should be getting the bonus here. Session and so on. 3 S's to work with. One of those ones is probably like one of those or is words, probably somewhere there, with an I or whatever. Have a look-see on this first. See if there's anything fun. Not too much, actually. But yeah, missions is good. Double. 78. Does pretty much everything you wanted with that one. So just 18 points of difference. Haddy next to play. A little bit of an ugly wreck. That BP combination, not so good. Let's have a look at the unseen, see if there's anything to come. There is an X and a Z. No blanks. All the blanks are gone now. Some clunky stuff as well, but yeah, it's fairly well balanced stuff. As I say, the Y's are counted as vowels on ISC, so it's actually 17 to 20, the ratio, so it's pretty standard. It's a pretty standard bag there. Z and the X are nice, so you can worry about them a little bit, but I don't think that you worry about them too much here. You just kind of play your own game, I think, with this wreck. Try and score something. Okay, I've gone for Blinny. That does kind of obscure the X. The Z is fairly useless. Unless, of course, unless you get... well, there could be a little trap later on. Lacerant, I didn't know whether it was a noun or not. It's actually an adjective. Means harrowing. So you couldn't put an S on the end. So something like Saz would be tempting, but it's not a word. Lacerant is invalid, so just a thing to worry about later on. 37 points of difference. Hightower got some scoring potential there, certainly. Pretty nice combinations. Just the U that's a bit naff. Got the X spot here, but can't really use much there. Doesn't really do anything. Interesting. Could keep on the X here and play something like Crush. But you figure probably the X is going to be... It doesn't really have a... If you keep the H and the X, you'd figure you'd get a good score here. With an O or an E, which is pretty likely. You'd pretty like to get Hox or Hex for a good score. So there's value in keeping the HX here, but I don't really see a good player for doing that. You could do something like that. That's got 25. Sets up the H. That'd be a little bit, yeah. Don't think it's worth it, but it's a fun little kind of way of playing it. Just sets up the H, as I say, but yeah, that's not right. You could even get Hawks as well as a possibility. If you get the O. I don't really like that at all. AH, I don't like that at all. I think even Cruise is better than that. Or Crush, just play Crush, to be honest. Yeah, interesting options there. Not a good pickup for Haddy. Struggling with this wreck. It's like Blinny was a nice kind of clear out, but it's picked out a load more rubbish, so that worked too well for him. Should be able to do something around this A, you would think. Tapper or whatever, Lapper, that kind of thing. Like a parpet or something now. Yeah, so like Lapper and that kind of thing seems reasonable. Again, you're kind of looking to clear. I'm going for prep. I'm going for a blocky move. Kind of with kind of even a nice balance of LERT. It kind of blocks the triple a little bit, but I don't know. I don't really see much value in prep. I think you'd rather play Lapper, to be honest, or Tapper. I think that's better. I just think it's not massively better, but it's like 22 versus 18, 19. Yeah, I just like to play off tiles there, to be honest, but I don't think it really does anything good for the board, and I think it's one of those you want to kind of, you almost want to play more tiles to get something to score with, and the risk is with that is you end up with a nice looking 1 point rack where you can't score anything. There's the risk with it. So there's almost a risk for playing like something like Polter as well, leaving a P, but I don't know. One of those, it wasn't really anything overwhelmingly good, I don't think so. And it does create a nice, like that S lane is going to sit there all the time. And 1 time does not take an S, doesn't take any hooks 1 time, so you've created a nice lane for a bonus now. I mean, yes, you have good tiles, but you're not likely to, without the S, you're not likely to use it. And you can see high tower as the S. So maybe a little bit. So yeah, it doesn't really do much to the board, I don't think, in a positive way. So it's a little bit nuanced, that one. I had to say what's the best move, but I don't really like prep. But so you lose out a lot on where you kind of get 1 point racks and then you get overtaken with the X and the Z and the Y and all that kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. I just like turning over tiles to get something to score with an outrun and not worry about whether I get a bonus or not. So high tower here with the X, the Q, the X, the U, the W. It's a bit of a weak play arc. It doesn't really do a lot. Hardy with a pretty nice rack. Just that, it left a nice rack last time. Just the Y messing things up a little bit. Now this is the dilemma: is do you play it for the bonus here, or do you just dump the Y, or do you kind of score a bit more? Like you can play tie for 29. Do you do that, or do you just dump a Y off for 18 with Fae and leave all that goodiness? See, you've got the lead already, so it's not the kind of rack you want. You want these like boring, like kind of awkward, well, not awkward rack, but sort of pointy racks where you can just churn over 30s and 40s and like make sure your lead doesn't diminish. You don't want a volatile rack where you're getting either like 15 or 20 or you're getting like 70 or 80. When you're already leading by like 15 or 20, or well, a bit, that's on turn as well. So it's more like a lead of like 30. You want those consistent scores to make sure your opponent needs a bonus to catch up. You don't want it to just catch up without getting that big score, basically. So anyway, so yeah, I mean this is a level game now, and Haddy's picked out a G. And he has no scoring, and Hightower's the X. All of a sudden, you're playing a little bit for bonuses, but you're not really. You're losing out on the scores in between, and that's the pattern that prep sets you into. That's why I don't like it. I mean, it's a perfectly good. If the scores are just like non a factor, and you've got an open board, then yeah, play prep. But it's nuanced when you've got like a tight board. You've got a bit of a lead to defend. You want those biggies to come out. You want them on your rack. You don't want your opponent getting 30s and 40s all the time and you're struggling with these nice little pretty racks that don't score anything. But Haddy can score with this, but it would be very aggressive. Play like triage, something like that. But an Argite is a nice play. And that's a nice play. It gets 33. So a very nice spot. And leaves the L. And that's basically what I needed to do earlier. And hopefully, he's a little bit lucky he had a big score there. He could easily have picked out, and or an E and the chance of him actually getting a bonus there are pretty low, even though he's got a great 7 tiles. The odds of him actually getting a bonus are pretty low because there's no way to play it. It has to end in E. Or, have to draw the S or something. So, yeah. And this is the other side of WoW. This is a fun endgame. Whoa. So, okay. So there are 11 vowels out of 13 unseen. This has gone weird very suddenly. Whoa, this is a skewed game, isn't it? Well, Hadi knows he's 3 points behind. He's got the Z, which is good, but other than that, not so much. The good thing for Hadi, they know they're going to get vowels when they play something. It's just the trouble is what do they actually play in the meantime is the problem. There must have been a maze to pick out 6 consonants after the Enargite, but yeah, what do you do here? Well, as I said, I mean, there is a value in keeping those like rack leaves in these sorts of situations. The rack leaves you want though are kind of like just like keep a vowel and a consonant. So if you get an extreme pickup, you've got insurance either way. And particularly if you've got like an H and an E or something, or an H and an A, it doesn't really matter about the vowel. You've got that insurance. If you pick out all 1-pointers, you've got the H to score with, and you're all right. Or if you pick up all vowels, you're all right. If you pick up all consonants, you're still all right because you got. Those are the kind of rack leaves that change. That's the value is different when you get to these sorts of tight games, where the bonuses are pretty much almost impossible. You're kind of changing around a lot. So yeah, Hightower's gone nicked ahead of 4-1-3, 13 points up. So Hadi has picked out some vowels. I think he picked out another consonant as well, actually. But has picked out. Oh no, he picked out 2 O's. Yeah, 2 O's. So, but where does the Z go? That's the thing. Is there any good places for the Z? It's kind of awkward. By first look, I mean, there's lols. That might be the best of the lot, really. It's kind of a slightly tough one to spot, but I think that looks all right. You figure you're going to pick up a vowel. Almost certainly pick up a vowel. So you could very well go out next turn, but it's not guaranteed. It's probably blockable in some respect. But I like lols there. I think that gives you a pretty good shot. Even if you can't go out, it makes your opponent have to block. And they picked out the E, so that's perfect. So now that's probably going to be that lols play is probably going to wait for Hadi now, because they've got Rove. Yeah, they've got Rove in this spot with Sipe. Wow, we've got a challenge as well, so it's even better. There's Servo, there's Over, and there's just loads of outs. So it's pretty much with the challenge as well. I mean, it probably doesn't make any difference, but there's going to be a win for Pakistan. And yeah, it was well played. There's some interesting. There's pretty nuanced some of those moves. I do think had he played a little bit too much towards just bonus, like score and leave. I say the dynamics change a lot when you get in a tight board and you're like 20 points, 25 points up. The dynamics of like rack leaves and that kind of thing change a lot, and you've got to change with them. It's not about like leaving pretty racks that you'll probably get a bonus with, because it's just about churning out consistent scores that you're going to have a decent 20 or 30, whatever you do. Almost, you're getting like 30 points, and yeah. But lols is a good play. As well spotted. Easy word to miss because it's such a ridiculously stupid looking word. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest, but there's always words you're not a fan of. So that's going to win it for Pakistan, as I say, just barring a phony. I guess there's a chance that maybe if you leave Sipe there, Hadi might not play it, but I don't know. Yeah, they're gonna know it's a word, I'm sure. So how else do you block? How do you give yourself a chance of winning here is difficult, to say the least. Do something like that, and maybe. Even that, you don't have an out with it. That's a problem. Nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't really work either. Alright, I give up. That doesn't work. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way of blocking, but yeah, it's pretty much hopeless, I think. As pretty high tower's already pretty worked out. I guess you might have a playthrough here. Zit or something. See if they think Igapause. they might think it's Igapause. Yeah, this is curtains, pretty much. We haven't had any more results in yet this round. We got there's a couple of games seem to have finished, so 3 even. So Fasting and Rowdy. Rowdy won that. Is that the right round? Nope, that's a previous round, so never mind. How about yeah, that one's in. Hasham and Vickery. Hasham won that one. Doesn't look give to Pakistan. And Andrew played as well. Andrew lost to Packy Boy, yep. So that's another one. So yeah, not playing for Pride very well out of the UK either. Dear me, a bit of a shocker. So yeah, going with Sue. That's a good way to give yourself a shot at least. That was a good play. It's probably not going to make any difference whatsoever, but I mean, Sue takes an hour, so yeah, you can still play Rove, but you might, your opponent might make a mistake off that. I doubt it, but because you've got Agios, so they might play Ever or something, and then you play Agios and they don't realise, and yeah, it gives you a slight chance. It's better than nothing. And so, yep, we're up to date. So I'll read out the scores for you. So Hasham beat Vickery 468 to 405, and the other result, Packy Boy beat Andrew 506 to 406. 460, sorry. 506 to 460, a 46-point win. So both Pakistan again. So we're just waiting for Hadi to take the time on this one. Don't know what they're taking a lot of time on this one, surprisingly. I just chuck something down pretty fast. Let's say Sue takes the R, so that's no problem. Sip takes an E, so there it goes, Rove. And Sipe gets the extra challenge, doesn't matter. 457 to 409. And yet another game to Pakistan. 457 to 409. And that makes the score 54 to 29. Let's have a look elsewhere. Do the flags. So, pretty close game. Ali leading by 52. Ooh. Could be interesting. Get a fun end game here. So, Artesian for Rockstar. So, there's Artesian to block, and that's not going to be difficult. That could be tricky to block. It's not obvious. I think I see a way of blocking it. It's just a case of whether there's anything else available on this board. I don't think so. Artesian with an O or 2 T's or something like that. Doesn't look like there's anywhere else to bonus. So yeah, it's easy in plays here or here, but you can block it indirectly with a play like this. I think that pretty much blocks everything. Not the easiest thing to block though. Easy to miss that. And I mean, you should be able to block it with just this as well, actually. Yeah, I think that blocks it as well. But interesting little fun little end game. Well, you could do it here as well, can't you? It's easy to play there. That's pretty cool. Not very useful, but cool anyway. Let's see if we've got any more results coming through. Still on, still a game behind on the scoreboard. Fair enough. Yeah, thanks, Meta. So we'll get another result in, but it's already one we've already got, I think. Keep an eye out on other results coming through. We've got 4 games in progress, so there should be another one done. Mitsurugi lost to Amadum. That makes it 55-29. Elsewhere, Faziak, they're finished. Moyes win that one. Dear me. The UK team's not doing very well, is it? Hope they're not going to mess this game up as well. Fasting. That game's not... Seems to have been paused for whatever reason. Yep. So we'll update the scores. It's now 29-56. Not 5 rounds already. Dear me. Okay, that was interesting. So Ali's just played fun, but has missed this. Oh dear. Has missed the nice parallel. Oh dear. Holy crap. Oh dear. I can just imagine how hacked off Ali is right now. Yeah. Could have blocked all that. Probably thought it scored enough, but hadn't seen this line there. Probably seen a Teasian played there. Played on QIN, but hadn't realised it played here for extra points. And that's going to be enough to win. Oh dear me. Oh dear. There's another win for Pakistan. Another one stolen from the UK team at the end there. Yummy. Oh. So let's have a look elsewhere. I don't know what's happening with that fasting game. Fasting and Daniel. What happened there? Looks like we got Rowdy and Colin. Looks like Colin's going to win one for UK. Hallelujah. So it's spare the blushes slightly. It's 30-57. I don't know what to say. I don't know what's happened with Fasting and Daniel. So got Bob Violet and Natalie Z. They've already played there. That's on round 10. I had one that. And Bob Violet. Is that? Yeah, they've already played as well. So. Oh no. That's just starting now. Okay. So it's actually a round 9 match, but they're just at the start. So I don't know if there's been disconnection problems or whatever, but running quite late that game. And we'll update to so 30-58. Oh no, yeah, 30-58 is it right? Yeah. And 1-7. Whoops. So in this game, we'll watch this one because it's a round 9 game. Pretty much. So I don't know what's happened with the other game that should have been started but hasn't. Oh, look. They've gone idle. Don't know what's happened there. There's something going on, but okay. Oh well. So watching this game, Sohaib with a 56-point lead early on, and a pretty good rack. We'll have a look on scoreboard whether we've missed anything. No, don't think so. So let's go 58-30. Is Pakistan already won? Just in the last right. UK trying to play for some pride and still getting stuffed. So, yay, dear me. Wait after. It's a shame there isn't more money in Scrabble, isn't it? I'd fancy my chances of playing like this. Making a comeback and playing UK tournaments, UK players. No wonder let Mr. Koenig win the, was it BMSC or whatever it was? God, that was a long time ago. No, it wasn't. It was the Grand Slam, wasn't it? D1. God. Let anybody win these days. Dear me. So Sohaib to go. Still I got a Z, so it's a pretty good scoring rank, but this is a pretty dead board. Be nice to have a B or something, like to play Zainab, but can't really do a lot. It's a pretty dead board. And so I've gone with Kunai for 20. It's a nice little spot. Easy to miss that. Pretty unusual looking pattern to kind of fit around. Easily missed. So a nice spot. And Violet's 76 down. Has got the blank. Has got the H, so might give him access to that C at some point, but without any vowels, it's a little bit hopeless for now. Can't really do a great deal. Could be a case of changing or maybe playing through this U. Is there anything that could do there? Even with that, it can't do a lot. It's not really worth doing, is it? So change 3 as Violets and Sohaib to play again. Also, just got the one vowel to work with. Well, not many vowels to work with. Violet didn't have any, so it's a little bit better. And just plays gun. Seems like the logical thing to try and kill the board a bit more. And yeah. It's going to be a fun game to try and spot where you can bonus. Good luck with that. Kunai doing a lovely job of killing it. Oh, that's a nice spot. Lotta for 27. This is a nice one. Nice little spot there. Very difficult to find anywhere to play. So it does that job very well. And naturally, Sohaib. Slight blocky play, but more about scoring there, just playing the Z off. Does leave that H as a possible place to bonus. Pretty much the only way to place to bonus on this board. And sitting there with Don Johns, but not very useful. There's nowhere to play anywhere. Don John is the main tower of a castle, apparently. Oh, wow. Nice instant bonus slam down by Sohaib. Ellie stopped for 92. It goes even further ahead. 159, 169 even. And good stuff from Pakistan. Really demolished the UK team today. And Violet sitting there with a blank. Looking a little bit forlorn. Has got the D for Dazor. Got the score updates in now. Yeah. Confirmed it's 58-30. As expected. This plays Nod. It creates an S hook for Snod, but with nowhere else to really go on the board, you'd expect Sohaib to play around that or over it. So it's not going to stay there. Certainly, you got Could play Flaxen here, but it's gone for all-out block. Although Phoebe doesn't really totally block that nod spot. You still got S players going through, and indeed Gentiest and Snod would play here. So yeah, it was a bit of a sort of a lax block really, but you can understand that. Nearly 180 up, so Flaxen would have been nice just to score some points, and yeah, it doesn't really block, but it makes it awkward. If your opponent has an S, you play Flaxen, makes them awkward to use it. So it's a nice spot from Bob Violet there, getting Gentiest, making Snod, brings him to within 100, but still a long way behind on this board. And yeah, straight away, Flex goes down for 66. Yep. So that's pretty much game over again. Yeah. So 131 the difference. Yeah, that's just the way it goes. This is a round 10 game, just in case anybody's wondering. Sorry, it's a round 9 game. Most of the round 10 games are already pretty much underway, I think. I'm not sure what's happened with whether Fasting's game with Daniel is going or what. I don't know what's happening there. So yeah, nice hook for Flexor, and Flexor itself is going to be extended to Flexor or Flexors, so it's a pretty useful one. And, so a nice score of 29. 160 down. Yeah, I could do with a huge wide play onto both triples, but good luck with that. Yep, I think this one is going very much in favour of Pakistan as well. Let's see how Fasting's game's going on with Daniel. Yeah, this is a round 9 game. Pretty much everybody else is at around 10 already, so I don't know what happened, whether there was a disconnection problem or what. So yeah, this is going to finish on, obviously this is round 9. Most of the people are around 10, so so yeah, we're a little bit behind, but sure, catch up. So we'll have a look elsewhere. Let's have a look at we'll bring you the latest individual standings while we're catching up with a few of the last round 9 games. You do get a little bit of like players getting behind, because some people play a lot faster and consistently play faster, so 5 minutes every round, it soon adds up to, you know, somebody ends up 20-25 minutes ahead. So we still got leading the way individual standings is Hasham on 8-1 plus 6-9 or spread 690. And we've got a few players, 3 players on 7-2. Rockstar ahead in Hadi Khan, and all got a good healthy spread to go with it, 600, 500 and 400 respectively, thereabouts. And on 6-3, you got 3 more all Pakistan players still. Moyes, Paki Boy and Ahmedam on 6-3 again, healthy spreads. First UK player on 5-4 is Faziak, 5-4 plus 18. Everybody else on even or worse records. There you go. It's been an absolute demolition from Pakistan today. So this game's going pretty slowly, actually. So we'll watch some of the round 10. We'll watch Hashim as he's leading the way. See if we can. Actually, Hashim's going to be playing Fasting, so they're going to be waiting around a little while. So let's see who Rockstar's playing. Oh, this is a good game. This should be a good match between probably 2 of the best players in the match in the whole competition. So Rockstar and Mitsurugi, and we've split the flags around. So UK on the left, Pakistan on the right. Mitsurugi not had the best days, but it can happen. 10 games isn't a lot for things to even out. I know Rockstar was pretty much near the bottom, like one of the ones I commentated on earlier. So it's the way it goes. Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it isn't. And certainly been Pakistan's day so far. And it's just a case of how much are they going to win by in the end? It's the final score going to be being an absolute thrashing. Should maybe have a 28 game difference is a massive margin. So speaker goes down for Rockstar, and Mitsurugi sitting there with a blank. Curves and a blank. It should be good here. Should be some bonuses, you would think. Certainly bronze. Got an S hook there. Looks useful, but you think there'd be probably something better than that. Maybe through the O. I don't know if you can have cover up. So yeah, it's not going to fit, but you think probably there's something there. Yeah, uncovers, cutovers. That'd be a nice one. Cutovers through the O would be a good spot, I think. You'd also play something like cursive and grooves in this 12 column with an I as the blank. Pretty good. There's quite a few good options here. Just a case of which one Mitsurugi decides want to go with. So Mitsurugi tends to play fairly sort of blocky boards. Likes to keep things closed in. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go for cutovers, but still wide open really at this right hand side if you play that. So it's really, I don't think there's much difference realistically. Let's have a look at the score comparison. So cutovers is 82 and grooves 79. So yeah, cutovers seems a better score. Be interesting to see what happens. You have curvettes as well, isn't it? Curvettes? Yeah, curvettes. You can't have curvers, but you can have curvettes. So curvettes would have scored reasonably well because the V would have been hitting the triple with bronze, but all reasonable. Cutovers goes down for 82, levels up the game. Rockstar with a pretty clunky rack. You'd like the right vowel for vomming or something like that, but yeah, a little bit restricted. Yeah, tricky one. You like to play a HMM off. But yeah, no such luck. So Vim goes down. Vims. That bottom left corner, taking out the triple. Taking out the biggest score and kind of hoping for some vowels for next turn. One of those racks, if it does get a vowel or two, it should be a reasonable score available. Certainly through the C. CH combinations and TH combinations. The H is pretty good on this board. So a 27-point lead for Pakistan, and it's really, yeah, kind of a bit of a nothing rack, really. Could certainly mature into a bonus if you play off. You want to get rid of the U and the A, certainly. So it's kind of what can you do? It's the kind of best option. You feel there'll be a few players that do that, but just a case of can you score anything in the process? Certainly the U is definitely a priority to get rid of the A and the U. The other letters aren't pretty. It's not going to make much difference either way. It's just about getting rid of the U and the A. So like something like Uva for 14. It seems reasonable, to be honest. It's a case of it does kind of create a little bit of a hotspot there potentially, but certainly Uva seems reasonable. You could certainly play more tiles off than that. And there wouldn't be anything wrong with that particularly. But it's just kind of trying to use the AU and, yeah, go through a little bit more points with oral. They're pretty much similar, I think, UVA and oral. I don't think there's a big difference in them. This creates a better hotspot than Uva. So, quick reply. Mulch from Rockstar. 41 the difference. And yeah. Joint, for instance. You could play a joint here, but it doesn't really go anywhere, does it? So, the J is not a really good tile. A lot of people obviously say the J is a good tile and really hold on to it religiously. It's not that great, really. It's not too bad here. There's Jot, for instance, plays for 30. You've also got a more hidden one, Joe, there, for 33. So it's pretty good that you can get rid of the JO for a decent score on both ways. Oh, it's even bottom right. The obvious one. Duh. So 42, yeah. So JO's pretty good in this situation, to be honest, but in general, J's not a good tile, but it worked on this board. Everything. See, everything with Scrabble is about context. And that's what people get very robotic about how the score on the leave. It's like an S is worth about 8 points. A blank is worth about 25 to 30. Pretty near a 30, to be honest. You know, and certain combination letters, you know, like QU is about neutral, you know. And you're trying to think, well, RI, you know, ERING is worth about 20 points or something. You know, you have all these values in your head, roughly. I mean, obviously, some people just do it by feel rather than an actual quantifiable number in the head. It's just like a sort of guesstimate. But it's all contextual. So, with a game we had recently where it was all came down to the end game and, you know, there was no way to play a bonus without a nice bonus rack. And you've got to try and figure all that out, and that's what makes Scrabble so brilliant. Like, it never ceases to be, even though it's simple, it's very, very, very complex on lots of different ways. It's just how you want to see it. Whether you can play it robotically and make it a very simple game, but you won't play it as well as somebody who makes it recognizes all the intricacies of the game. So, anyway, so Mitsurugi, 19 points down. Talking over his 3i rack. One of those positions, is it? One of those where you might even exchange 2 eyes here. If you can't play 2 eyes off. You can play like Irid here, or Mini. Those might be worth it. It's kind of touch and go. It depends. Is there anything better than that, though? Getting rid of 2 eyes? I don't know. I don't see anything immediately where you can play off 2 eyes other than those, and they're not very good. Maybe Mini's worth it, maybe. But I could totally understand change 2 happening here. It's kind of a toss up between all those options. I mean, the other option is to just like forget the rack leave and just go all out for score. You're probably going to leave like 2 eyes or something, but you can't really score much. I mean, you could, yeah, nitro for 14. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, that leaves IE. That's a very strange player. That's a very un-Mitsurui player. Yeah, that is definitely not worth doing. That was a bad play, certainly. Leave IE, like changing. I'm gonna quantify that move just to show you why it's bad. So I'm gonna bring up the rack leaves elsewhere. So right. So the rack leave for Inter is 20 points. So just leaving TINER is worth 20 points. So just changing 2 I's there is worth 20 points. I mean, yes, it's probably mean this will get blocked, possibly. But just playing off, just changing 2 I's is worth 20 points. If you lose one of the, if you played Mini, for instance, playing took off the wrong letter. If you played Mini, it was worth, the rack leave was worth 11. So that That N improves your rack by 9 points. That's one of those, say, intricacies with Scrabble. If you don't realise how much value is, say, inter is worth 20 points. And say, what was kept was IE. So yeah, I mean, if you pick up LO, for instance, with inter, you've got retinol. If you pick OR, you've got nothing, probably, but you got all sorts of things you can pick up with inter. To be fair, a lot of those wouldn't have worked with that rack, but the thing is, you've got places to dump to vowels. Like, if you've got a vowel stuff, you can kind of dump it, as long as you got like an L. So there's a little spot here. So this spot here, you can easily play, but it's not worth doing with this, leaving that rubbish, but you understand how it works. So just playing off I on here is going to be very strong. Leaving that rack leave, there's a strong rack leave. That's probably the strongest rack leave you can have with that. So you kind of focus on playing off I-O here. So you could do it here as well, slightly less, and it doesn't obscure your D. So yeah, I mean, that just shows you how much these kind of rack leaves. That's it. If you leave in, if you leave that, that's worth 11.5 points. That rack leave. So how much? And that goes 11. So it's like 22.5 points of value there. You've also got good floaters, the N and the T. Those are good floaters to your rack leave. Obviously, there's like a good chance this will get blocked if you're just playing off two vowels, but who knows? Anything can happen. They could play a bonus and you get the floaters and it makes it even more open, or they could play through here and you get good floaters. It doesn't, you know, it's going to stay reasonably open anyway, so. So in the end, yeah, it just plays off OI. A little bit of a gamble, but normally you wouldn't play OI because, you know, you could create in a big hotspot here, but Mitsurugi knows their opponent played GAT, so the chances are they haven't got anything major, and Lotic is a word, so that might come in useful. There's another space, but Rockstar just dumped off the F very quickly, and Mitsurugi has Aliener, Trino, Entaler, so on and so forth. So it gets the bonus down, and looks like it's going to be another bonus back though from Rockstar. 38 up, but yeah, looks pretty good bonusy rack. Just a case of whether anything fits or not is the question. Yeah, there's certainly... Oh, Paganized and Nagapis don't fit through the A. Just don't quite fit. You mean, the first thing you look at is going to be down here. Trying to find a nice parallel, but the I makes it a little bit hard. This could be interesting. Is there anything that fits, is the question. So yeah, there's 3S bonuses here, but any of them fit. Peasing, spaying, and spinage. But I think the I is going to make it difficult to slot anything in. There's nothing through the T. There's anything through the M. So yeah, there might not actually be any bonuses here, amazingly. Oh wait, there is. Yeah, through the N. Just the bonus through the N. Sneaping. That looks like it. It could be it though. Yeah. Oh, preasing as well. No, it doesn't fit. Sorry. So yeah, that looks like the only bonus. Sneaping. Interesting. So yeah, it's not the easiest because it's like it looks weird, sneaping, but it is a word. Looks silly, doesn't it? But it looks like the only bonus available. And that means to pinch. Or snip or pinch. And that looks like the only thing that could play it, so. And I could totally imagine, if you don't see it, then you just play P and you're pretty much going to get a bonus anyway, but yeah, he plays it. Well done. It wasn't easy, but wow. Mitsurugi has a huge counterplay. I don't think it's going to take too long for wins to come down for... Oh, look at all that points. That's going to be 81? 81, is it? Yeah. That's going to be... what's it? Yeah, it's a bit of a gut punch, isn't it? When that goes down. Rockstar gets the bonus and then you get outscored by wins. 64 for your bonus and wins gets 81. Brutal. But still a lot of play left in this. 55 the difference, and that blank is still there. There's still a blank to come. The rest of the tiles are nothing too awful there. The B and the G are bad, but there's no real, Q or something like that. It's just instant death, basically. So, yeah, this could definitely go the journey, this one. Go the full way. Obviously, priority to get rid of that X. You want a bonus here. So you want to get rid of the X and the Y if you can. So something like X-ray would generally be a good... something to get how you'd kind of clear that rack, but... Yeah, that'd be pretty ballsy. I think that would empty the bag. So what would that make the score? 376. 26 points. You should win if you get any, as long as you get bonuses in 2 spaces. I mean, this is the problem with X-ray is you need to get something through the W, and you need to get something through making text. Because if you don't, then your opponent will block one of the two. I guess you could try and... is there any way you can get a big X play? I don't think so. I mean, ideally you'd keep... maybe do something like that to leave some uncertainty what there is to come, but it's okay. It makes sense just to play X as well. So that gives... there's more ways for Rockstar to win now, because Mitsurugi has to worry about outrunning in the end game. So yeah, I think X is probably best. Brings the score within 4, and Mitsurugi, as I say, has to worry about going out, not just bonuses, but some big player coming down as well. So, and pretty much if Mitsurugi can't go out in 2 here, they're probably going to lose. So. But yeah, certainly the bonus is a threat. Particularly if the B is in the bag. Oh my. That even means there's W bonuses as well. I mean, you might have to just hope that your opponent has the B here. Okay, so that's a nice play at Dogtown. And yeah. Well, that was unlucky. Players retraded instantly. So yeah, nothing Mitsuru could do about that. Yeah, Dogtown was lovely. Made sure if you blocked the easy bonuses through the W, but Rockstar found one. Nice little parallel with retraded. Well played. Unlucky for Mitsurugi. Nothing you could do there. Dogtown's a lovely play. Make sure you win. Like 7 out of 8 probably. Just unfortunately, that was one of the 8. The other, that was the 1 in 8, unfortunately. So yeah, another win to Pakistan. We're a little bit behind with the score updates because we're games from round 9 hadn't gone in yet. So there's Bob Violet. That's still going with Rowdy. No, that's finished. So Sohaib. So game with Sohaib. Sohaib won. So we put that one in now. That makes it 59, 30 to 59. And there's one with Fasting and Danielle. Is that game finished? No, not quite. So this is a round 9 match. We'll just watch the end of it. Dominant stuff from Pakistan there, isn't it? So it looks like UK is going to win this one. We'll swap the flags around. Fasting for the UK. So I'll join Aphasiac on 5 and 4 when Fasting wins this one. I think we're pretty much in the, yeah. Zep is an outplayer, so there we go. It's a bit more respectability for the UK side. Not much though, is it? It's 31 to 59. And that's the score after round 9, and we've already had, so from round 10 scores in. So oh wait, yeah, that's right. So we're good, and the latest score we have is 61 to 32, but we'll try and bring it up to date there. We'll watch some of the games. So this is around 10. This is a little bit hectic because some of the games have already finished, and some have already finished the whole tournament, some have already just finished round 9. So yeah, this is a round 10 match. Get the flags the right way around. So pretty tight game. Sohaib winning by 32, and we're in the, yeah, this should be a win for Sohaib. Hightower is a nice bar fly move, but there's not going to help. So we got some results in for round 10. I'm going to swap over the main scoreboard to round 10. There we go. So we got some results in. So Ahad beats Andrew. We've got Madam beating Ali. So yeah, more dominance. Natalie Z beat Moyes. What else have we got? Aphasiac lost to Packy Boy. That was 515 to 422. And I think that's all the results in now. So yeah, 62 to 32 is the latest score. Dear me, what a pummeling. This one looks pretty much like another win for Pakistan. So here playing Raya for 19. Hightower, we've got another result in. Hadi beating Colin 512 460. And yeah, another result. Rockstar beating Mitsurugi 484 to 410, 74 point win. That makes it 32 to 64. Well, it's been dominant, hasn't it? That's all you can say. Absolutely dominant. Pakistan now doubling the UK score. Dear me. That is a bit of a paddling, isn't it? What a shame Barfly doesn't play anymore. What a fun word to get down. So Flay instead. And Flay for 22, leaving BRS. Not sure if there's any outs with BRS, but it's not. Well, Brad's, I guess. But it's not going to matter. Sohaib has Menu and Noom. So it's not going to matter too much. And yeah, there'll be another one for Pakistan. Let's have a look. We're mostly finished now, I think. Just be a few rounds catching up. So fasting. So yeah, Noom goes down for 15 from Sohib. 454 to 400. Final score, so it makes it 65 to 32. So I just got 3 games left. Fasting. How's that game going? Just started against Hasham. Just got the flags the right way around for a change. We'll rejoin that one in a minute. There's Vickery and Violet left. Violet against Rowdy. Bob wins that one. 447 to 337. And Vickery. Is that game finished? Yeah, it's just started. So there's two games just started. We'll go back to fasting since the leader of the UK record-wise, I think. So yeah, just the 2 games left. Just need to update the score. 33, 60, 65. So just these 2 games left. Just starting now. Have a look at the individual standings. So Hasham is leading overall. 8 wins and 1 loss plus 690. All the other players, there are a lot of players on 8 and 2. If Hasham lost by 4 points or less, they'd stay in top. But otherwise, need to win or draw to stay at the top. And Ahmed, if they win, or again, if they lose, if Ahmed loses by 4 points or less, they will stay the top UK player. The top UK player is on 5 and 5. That's Rick Kennedy Faziak. Fasting is on 5 and 4, minus 70 spread. So any win would be. So it does kind of matter for the individual standings. Obviously, the team is pretty much. Well, we've gone past the point of pride being involved. It's yeah. So Hasham plays Ponzi, nice move. Fasting, kind of nice enough rack. WH is quite nice to just get some scores with. Not one of those racks that's going to bonus. There's actually no 7s or 8s at all with that rack, but WH is pretty good for getting some reasonable scores with. Just a case of where do you want to play, really. Can't see too much with that P. The PH, really. Yeah, there's few, I guess. PHU, PHEW. You'd rather keep hold of the E if you could. You've got possibilities down here as well. Something like whale. Maybe a little bit stronger than few. Particularly with the R there, I guess, but I don't know. It's pretty much 6 and 2. I think few's probably actually a little bit better. The LA makes it a little bit better. So yeah, I think few's probably best of those options. I got the Z there. So I should be able to score a little bit here. I think the F as well. Another good bonus rag, but reasonable for scoring with. So he plays like Fizz. A little bit open, but that's pretty what you want to get rid of. Ziff, for instance, I think Ziff looks pretty good. It's Australian slang for a goatee. I think it's from Ziphius, isn't it? From memory. Oh no, it's not. Ziphius is something else entirely. It's a sea monster. I guess there's probably some sea monsters with a Ziph, but yeah. Fears 35, but Ziph is much better. 39, and doesn't give this great big hotspot. So yeah, that would have been better, but having said that, yeah, it didn't. Yeah, there was only with that rec was only Rizalda with an A, which is just in the wrong place. So yeah, so it did give away. Let's say quick play of fasting, just DA, but just keep the 2 R's back. That's the problem with that. So I might have played something like Lizard. I think Lizard might have been a little bit better. Yeah, you don't really want to keep 2 R's. So you could have played Izzard or Lizard. Just playing through the Z's a little bit less. Usually you're trying to play parallel all the time because, you know, parallels don't score more, but yeah. I think Lizard maybe can probably get a little bit better. Whoa, got a challenge. What? I think that was a an accident. Wonder which maybe weren't sure of ZA. I don't know, but yeah, it was have been a a mistap. So yeah, down goes Vegan from Hashim. Hashim, 35 points. It's a pretty nice player, and 27 points lead. Fasting. Yeah, that was the problem with playing off DA, leaving LIRRS. You end up with a rack like this, which is pretty crap, really. So yeah. Yeah, not a lot you can do with this one. I was tempted to play something like just ERM. Not a lot on. Can't really do anything in that bottom right corner, that's the thing. I guess for purposes of the board, I mean, you're probably better off playing Burm, I guess. Or you could even play something like Limber. Seems like reasonable options. Not brilliant, but better than nothing. Okay, in the end, it goes for La. Why you wouldn't play the M there, not the L? Curious. I mean, the L takes takes more hooks than the M does, so from a blocking perspective, Ma is better anyway. And you'd rather keep the L than the M, so that's a peculiar one. So yeah, I mean, this Hasham has plenty of players down here, because Dal takes, as well as the E, takes an I as well, so plenty of options to just play something like Dine or whatever. Play Adine, whatever you want to play, Dine, whatever, and gets extra points because of all the parallels. So it's only 2 points, and yeah, again, I'm not sure why you'd want to keep the M. But anyway, proms for 41 for fasting, so keeps him in touch, and with a bit of a clunky rack there from fasting with a Y and so on, but Roms is a good score. Hasham looks a pretty good rack. Is there anything to that F? I don't know if they're thinking of dead. No, that's not going to work, is it? No, it doesn't look like anything. Yeah, it's a good rack, but just that extra T, and not sure there's anything that really fits. Yeah, the A is just in the wrong spot for dilatate, so yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything going to happen with that one. good wreck to keep. Good crux of a wreck there, and just sort out plays alt, leaving Tide behind. Seems pretty strong. 20 points as well. Happy with that, and it also produces a nice produces a nice 7 lane for that Tide leave. Those 7s wouldn't have fitted anywhere at the moment, so by playing alt, you open that up a bit. Quick prayer fasting plays U. Keeps in touch, 9 points behind, and Hasham has an X now. Didn't really want the X, probably wanted another, something like an N or whatever, to bonus with, but an X it is. So at least you should be able to score, you would think, but probably not what the doctor ordered, but should play Tex off, you would think, or text here. Don't see anything too fantastic off that R in a Grace, and that triple. Can't see any way of using the X there. Maybe wrong, of course. So yeah, it's a case of would you play Tex or text for an extra 7? Probably worth it. For the extra points, you would think. But yeah, text goes down. Oh yes, could play it to the left as well, of course. That does create a floating T though, which isn't what fasting was. I think a floating L would have been what Nubulus, cloudy or vague, would have been what fasting was after. Another L there, but bonus goes down. It's going reasonably well with pretty awkward racks, pretty ugly stuff. Wow, Hasham Hadi has the blank now. And yeah, so yeah, it looks like we're going to see a bonus here. And that's going to put Pakistan well ahead again. Probably going to put about 80 points here. It's a case of what's the best bonus here. Can you anything into Naval on that B row? Obviously lots of stuff on making ups with, you know, iodines, iodides, all that kind of thing. Plenty of straightforward bonuses ending in S, just whether there's anything that's going to end in a vowel. So yeah, it looks like there's a couple of things that could go. So I think we see a good something like oxidize or idolize. A little bit weak iodizes, but a little slightly more defensive, but it is a little weak there. It's been a long day. So 70-point lead now, and fasting has the J at least to get a reasonable score back. Has 2 options now. Already had join from L1. Now is another spot at D1, but with the extra points, you think L1's going to be a little bit better. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Score keeps fasting in touch here. So you think that's going to go down pretty quickly. I don't think there's much else to really think about. But fasting does play some interesting stuff. A little bit unorthodox with some of the players. Yeah, I think join is just a no-brainer. You kind of want to picking out the Q and the blank would be really the best scenario after join. So you've got all those vowels, U, I, E. Q would go very nicely with those. Doesn't go very nicely the rest of the time, but if you play join, Q would be pretty welcome, I think, in that situation. Maybe doesn't like join for whatever reason, but I think you have to play that. It's obviously, you're likely to give away points to the triple, but you're getting 48. So they get like 33, who's winning, you know. I don't think there's anything else to really think about there. Oh, interesting. Gone for the sacrifice 6 points to play at the top. The trouble is, if you need a bonus, which fasting probably will need a bonus at some stage, then that makes it a lot harder, because you could already bonus through that eye, and there's a small chance you could pull it parallel underneath or above. Probably above is easier. And join would have opened up the M row underneath buy and ton. You know, if you play join here, then you can get bonuses underneath. So it opens up another row and it scores more. So I don't agree with that selection. Yeah, it's a bit better in the respect that join here would have given away Java, which probably would have been played almost instantly, but you need to take into account the scoreline, and it's like, yeah, you give away more points here, but you're also gaining on those 6 points and the more open bars. So it's certainly worth it. Certainly worth it, Mark. I mean, it's not always guaranteed your opponent's going to have a 4-letter word anyway with a J. I mean, yeah, it's harder to hit this with its 5 letters, but yeah, I don't agree with playing join up there. I'd say fasting is a little bit unorthodox, a little bit different how they play. So is that in the last the result in with another result? Oh no, already had that game done. So down goes Amma for 28. Interesting. Setting up the V. That's quite nice. Sets up the VE. Because of vein. That's pretty nice. I like that. Because it could be ruined by fasting here. They have Choir there, so they're gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna see Choir go down. So it's a nice idea, Amma, but yeah, it's not gonna work out with that Q. Oh, again, it's gone for. Well, that makes sense, I guess. Choir on the bottom. In that case, it probably does score a fair bit more. 45, 50. Yeah, that is a 6 points. Ironically, 6 point sacrifice to play Choir up here. So I would worry about somebody who plays that though, because it is a bit of a setup, isn't it? For doing that, you think they must have a K or a V, and they've got both. So Curve is going to score a lot of points. So even though Choir scores 61, Curve is going to score loads. I think that is one situation where I would have probably played at the top. Would have sacrificed 6 points there. Just because it's too much of a setup to leave. I don't know. When it's a setup like that, yeah, I don't know. So the other game is still going. No result in that yet. But yeah, Curve is going to score loads. There's no even don't even have to think about like Jive or anything like that. Just play Curve. Curve is going to be massive. And that 60 points going to be wiped out. Going for Kiev. Alright. Yeah, kind of valley, so it makes sense, I guess. Toss up between Kiev, or just Kiev. Or, yeah, I think Kiev is better than that, obviously. And Curve. Good for Kiev in the end. And 5 point challenge as well, so 64 points the difference now. And it's going to be tough now. I mean, fasting has elation, toenail, but don't look like they go anywhere. And it's not a good board for bonusing on now. You really need an S or something to kind of access anything. So it's going to be tough. There's not really any point to playing like joint or something like that because you got nowhere to bonus. You pretty much need to open something up. But having said that, that's easier said than done. I guess something like into. That would work. Assuming Toro's actually a word. I can't even remember anymore. Yeah, Toro. That would work. So that creates another lane. Although I mean, this was already a lane, so technically it doesn't create anything, but it gives you a bit more to work with. I just don't see the point in joint at all. It's just how are you ever winning after that? It's like If you play it into, I mean, it scores 1 point less anyway. So if they kind of block, then you can get a big J score. They kind of block for peanuts, then you get a J score. Almost you almost win all of a sudden. You also had it blocks your O, which you could use for bonusing through. And into there's a threat with the T. I mean, Toro takes a T, so if you play into, this is fairly, like most of the time, there's a T there, so and the T on that rack and a blank and an S and everything else. So there's stuff that's you can hit, certainly. If you play it into, there's a lot of things you can hit, and it's not totally trivial to block that. And as I say, you can, if they mess about down here, you could get a big score off J. You could even just, if you got the goodies, you could even just end up like fishing off, putting an N here and setting up chins or something like that. There's ways you can get into the game that way. As I say, you still got this O as an unlikely bonus, so there's ways you can win. And we got another result in, and guess who? Daniel beats Vickery 471 to 382. So one more for Pakistan, so that makes it 33 to 66. Wow. So yeah, interesting. So Hasham has really gone for it here. Really confident play. Just QI, trying to milk that spread. Pretty sure that obviously sure that there's no bonuses. I wouldn't be that sure, but yeah, create a QI spot. So getting a little bit of a headache for fasting. But yeah, I didn't like joint at all. Into was the play. Create another opening. Or create a better opening. Much better opening. And you're leaving that O open if you hit a blank or an S or something. Hit a miracle play it, and you've still got the J. You might even get a J, well, probably not get a J bonus, but you can certainly get a big score off the J if you get a reasonable, like 40 odds, and then just have NS left. You get, if it clicks, you get a big play off the J, and then QI and NS, just play NS off 36, 39, whatever. So there's ways to win. It creates a lot of volatility and ways to win. Yeah, joint didn't, just kind of killed everything. You know where you're going to win after that, but it's an interesting one, isn't it? It's these things that they make very little difference most of the time. Once in a blue moon, it'll actually matter how you play it. That's the thing with Scrabble. I mean, every move, yeah, I mean, you make little mistakes, and most of the time won't make any difference. Every now and then it'll just happen to cost you the game. I don't think it mattered in this situation, but although actually, in this situation, if fasting had played into, then they would now have treadle here. So that would have had to be blocked, basically. Into would have created treadle, although Hasham probably would have had a bonus anyway, but and with a J, you'd probably still have players. Not sure what exactly, but there's probably be like a 5 or 6 letter player with a J, I would guess. Maybe not actually, but yeah, it would have created a little bit more of a headache. But obviously, as you can see, Hasham had all the goodies, but if Hasham doesn't have the blank, then and fasting draws it after into, all sorts of things can happen. Definitely a pretty reasonable chance that fasting wins. After joint and picking the blank, pretty much no chance. Unless it hits some very difficult bonus underneath here, and there's somewhere else, or, I don't see a way of winning, realistically. Because if they've just, So I got a suggesting Retour to block that that bonus. Yeah, that'd probably work, I think. Yeah, it's very difficult to block this, really. Retour looks pretty good. Probably one of the few things that will actually block it. Don't see much else, to be honest, that would block. Because you've got to stop anything that starts with an S, essentially. Or with an S in the middle. If you're playing through, you've got to basically play it to this line and then not have an S hook. So you're pretty limited in that respect. So I think Retour would probably work. So yeah, in the end, Festi's just given up and played DE. Tor does take an S, so we're going to see a bonus here, but you never know. Opponent might play a phony, and you know, it's a way of winning. So down goes Sartois. So yeah, that's going to be it. Another win for Pakistan. Yet another win. So makes it another huge round for Pakistan. 8-2 round to finish. And that makes the final score 33-67 in favour of Pakistan. Well done, Pakistan. Amazing performance. UK, sort yourselves out. Useless lot. No, well done to the UK. We had some kind of we had a few players on 5 and 5 for UK. Nobody got more than 5 and 5. So we'll point out the few high notes. There's Faziak finished top of the 5s. 5 and 5, minus 75 spread. And also Natalie Z and Fasting, all on 5 and each. 5 and 5, 50%, 50-50 record. So well done to them. We'll read through all the individuals. So winning the way 9 and 1, only losing one game was Hasham Hadi. Well done to them. And a few players on 8 and 2, 3 Rockstar Head and Hadi Khan. All on 8 and 2, all Pakistan players. And a few on 7, two players on 7, Paki Boy and Ahmedum. And then 2 players on 6, Moyes and Sohaib. All Pakistan players there's on the top 8. First UK player in 9th. So there you go. Yeah, well, there's room for improvement for UK, but it's a pretty amazing performance from the Pakistan team. So well done to them. Not much else to say about UK team. At this stage, pretty much. Yeah, hopefully they'll have to do better when the virtual World Cup comes along. It won't be too long. I think it's the entries are closing today, so it'll be good fun. Hopefully the UK can put up a better performance then than today. Getting 67-33. I can't emphasize how much of a drubbing that is, because Pakistan have basically won more than double the UK total. And it was actually pretty close. I mean, if you go back to round 4, it was 23-17. There's only a 6-game gap, and like in the next 6 rounds, the UK have won 16 games. It's like less than 3 a ground. That is domination. I mean, to go through the rounds, 7-3, 7-3, 9-1, 5-5, 8-2, 8-2. Those are the last 6 rounds. First 3 rounds was 7-3, 7-3, 7-3. Then UK had an 8-2 round. But everything else has been pretty one-sided. So UK won 1 round and there was a 5-5 round. And then Pakistan have won all the others at least 7-3. So, yep, that was a drubbing. But, hopefully UK do better. And thanks everybody for watching, and thanks everybody for organising and all the kind of graphics and stuff like that you see on Facebook. Nothing to do with me. All sorted out by the Pakistan team, so well done to them for getting the fixture and everything else, and everybody involved getting players on board and running the enhanced scoreboard and results and all that kind of thing. Well done to everybody involved, much appreciated. If you like the stream, give us a like and a whatnot, share, all that kind of thing. All much appreciated. Help spread Scrabble streaming. As always, I'm not fussed whether it's me streaming or somebody else. I'm sure there'll be lots of other streamers. I know there's a Thailand stream there, games as well. So it's all good. I know that you get some streams in North America, quite a few of them over there. So that's what we like to see. More Scrabble streaming online. So our next stream will be 4.5 hours time with me playing Scrabble Go. Probably playing like a complete vegetable, but we'll see. I've got a big fry up to come before then, so hopefully get my brain going again. So thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you all next time. Hopefully should be plenty more ISC matches to come, I think. So the Virtual World Cup should be starting pretty soon, next few weeks. Well, week or so, I think. Big games for that coming, so we'll watch some of those as well. Those will be a lot shorter because it's 5-on-5, so maybe more like 2.5 hours to 3 hours matches, so that'll be probably a little bit better for some people. I know some people don't want to watch 6.5 hours of Scrabble, but then again, some people do. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. So loads of Scrabble to come. So see you all again soon. Cheers, everybody. Have a nice day. Thank you. And good.